Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Elias Baltasis. I'm a partner with BCG, with the Boston Consulting Group. I'm a member of Gamma. Gamma is our artificial intelligence practice. And I have here the pleasure to moderate a panel that will discuss how we unlock value from artificial intelligence. I'm here together with Hissa and Arnaud. Hissa is from Sky, and Arnaud is an investor in artificial intelligence. I will let them present themselves. Hissa? Try again.
There is always a technical issue. Yeah. Can you hear me? I think you can hear me now. So good morning, everyone. Sorry for the technical issue. I'm Hassan Nif.
It doesn't work very well. Can you hear it? Keep it close.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so I will have to shout the whole session. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today. It has been an exciting morning, and I hope we will get very inspired in the next few days. I'm delighted to be here with two distinguished speakers and experts in our industry. I work for Sky, the Saudi company for artificial intelligence, where we focus in helping our clients and the organization in unlocking value with AI, which will be the main topic of today. Again, thank you very much for joining the session today, and I hope we will all together learn something new from our discussion. Thank you for you.
Arnaud.
Can you hear me okay? No? Thank you, Elias. Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. I'm Arnaud Barthélémy. I'm the partner and COO of a venture capital fund called Alpha Intelligence Capital, which we created 4 years ago. And AIC is specialized in AI companies. So we do invest only in AI-related companies, and by AI, we mean AI. So it's really self-learning decision-making engines. It's quite specific. And that goes with being global, right? If you are really looking after deep tech AI companies, you need to have a global deal flow, which is what we try to do. So we have invested so far into 28 companies in the US, in Europe, of course, in Asia, and a bit in the Middle East as well. Our first fund is almost fully deployed. And yesterday, actually, we did the first closing of a new fund. So we are happy that we are again in a position to invest and to contribute to the development of AI. But again, very happy to be here. And I guess I should pass the floor back to you, Elias.
Okay, so we'll start with saying, as I was telling you, I'm part of BCG Gamma. BCG Gamma is probably the largest group, at least in the consulting world, that works on AI. We are more than 2,000 people. And we do a lot of research. And I wanted to share with you some numbers. What you see there, I'll try to present it in a relatively simple way. Every 2 years, we do a research on the state of AI. It has more than 1,500 companies around the world, and so on and so forth. And we ask them several questions. There are more than 50 criteria, and so on and so forth. And we ask them, where do you see yourself being in 3 years? And the black bars you see there is the replies. You know, the index we calculate goes from 0 to 500. And for instance, in 2016, they said that in 3 years, we will be above 400. When we checked it, actually, they were barely at 270. So they had overestimated their target by 30%. In the next issue of this, we checked again. There were already organizations and companies a bit more reasonable. They said we'll be a bit below 400, but even that, they missed it. They missed it by more than 20%. But at least you see the gap starts changing. So two conclusions here. The first one is that every time we make plans on where we want to go with AI, we overestimate. But there is a learning effect. Little by little, we start becoming better into this. Next year, we'll have the results of this time, so we'll see how that works. Now, what are the mistakes that company makes? And I will give a few examples. You know, there are many of them. One of this is this fishbowl thing. We hired a bunch of genius, we gave them a big machine and data, but nothing happens. Some companies believe that, you know, just hiring a few geniuses or just hiring a data science group is enough to do artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, it's not. Then we have the rotten banana. Our data is crap, is all over the place, is dispersed, it's in silos, we cannot do everything about it. And the companies who say this exactly, they don't do anything about it. They don't try to improve the situation. Another thing is the spaghetti code. We write code so difficult that when we give it to IT to implement, nobody knows how to implement it. Or this one is one of my favorites one. You know, we start into technology, it stays forever. We spend 3 years or 2 years on technology, and when we finalize the technology, you know, we don't see any benefit because, of course, we haven't done anything of the other factors that is needed. This is one of my absolute favorite. One chief executive officer here in Riyadh a few weeks ago was telling me very proudly, oh, we're going full throttle in AI. We have more than 70 initiatives going on. That's exactly that. 70 initiatives, unless you are the size of Google, it's too much. Nobody can follow 70 initiatives. Nobody can focus on 70 initiatives, and you have exactly this phenomenon. Mosquitoes never manage to move the mammoth. You need to focus and to concentrate your efforts. Then we have that. Yeah, we'll have a fantastic model, but nobody understands it. It's black magic. And this is one of the most important ones. What you see there, it's a real car made by Bertoni. Bertoni used to be an independent company, now it's a subsidiary of Fiat. That is this fantastic car, but of course Fiat cannot produce it at scale. So what happens very often, since we do some fantastic POCs, fantastic proof of concepts, but then it's impossible to scale them. And something that does not scale, it's useless. So I'll pass it to Hussein to tell us how they see some of the major challenges.
Thank you very much, Elias. So I will echo what Elias has been mentioning in terms of the mistakes that usually organizations fall while trying to adapt or create an AI project. One of the major challenges and mistakes is that when we think of AI, we always think about the technology itself, how we're going to invest, how we're going to bring the best algorithms, as Elias mentioned, bringing the best brilliant data scientists, but sometimes they forget about the data, which is the fuel for AI. Always when we start the AI projects, we are going to be faced with multiple challenges when it comes to the data complexity, the data quality. For example, I will share with you one of the use cases that I have been working on in the past in the predictive maintenance field, where we were using sensors as an input to create the data for the model. MVP stage, but once it was moved into production, we had a huge, let's say, a drop of the accuracy of the model itself. And the reason for that is that the sensor that was creating the data was not reliable. So your model is going to be as good as the data that is being fed into. And as the old saying, garbage in and garbage out, but it's a very important sentence to have in mind. So always when we start AI project, we need to make some thinking around the investment of AI, but also we need to think about the investment that we need to make in terms of the data. So, for example, we think about how we're going to collect the data from the current data sources, but why do we have to limit ourselves to only the data sources within the organization and the databases? We can think of creating data beyond what the organization has. And sometimes even the best feature is not yet within the organization. So the concept of not just extracting the data rather than creating the data with an intent that is going to be used for an AI application has been a major success in terms of how we're going to build this AI application by creating the data for that AI application. Another major challenge is when it comes to technology. I always say that the best AI projects are projects that is being led by business leaders or the decision maker, because he's going to bring his insights into the business and making sure that the AI project is aligned with the business strategy. Yet it's a two-edged sword. So in terms of, in case you had a business leader that did not have the understanding of the limitation of the technology. And I will bring you a story. So last week I was in London and there was a TV commercial that has been on repeat on TV. And yes, I still see TV. This TV commercial, the catchphrase or their competitive advantage, they were an insurance company. They said, if you call our call center, it's going to be a human. So the mistake that some insurance company made in that organization by fully automating their call center with a conversational AI that, or a chatbot that did not have empathy or the ability to escalate to a human, has been an advantage for another industry that is saying, call us and a human will answer you. So always understand the limitation of the technology that you are having. For example, AI is very good when it comes to predicting millions possibilities in the future, or for example, detecting changes in images. But sometimes when it comes to human touch, to the empathy, we need to think of the technological challenges or limitation. Another thing, for example, how an agent would react in a 3D environment. A human is really good at it, but also we need to consider the challenges that we currently have in the IT. Elias have mentioned regarding scaling. So if it, for example, for the scaling, we are just focusing on MVPs or POCs without moving it into production, then this is just an interesting project. The last one is trust, where we need to ensure that the model that is in production is being trusted by the business users. Yeah. So based on these challenges that has been discussed by Elias and the one that we have shed some light into, we try to come up with a framework that is going to be used with our clients and how we help and build these AI use cases and products. And I think based on these challenges, you already have came up with some recommendation, like for example, we need to scale, we need to trust, but let's have it into a systematical methodology that it can be followed by the customer. For example, as you can see, the first stage, we have the assessment, where we need to understand what is the business challenge that we are trying to solve, what is the business priorities. As I mentioned, when you start an AI project, you don't want just to hire a bunch of data scientists and tell them solve this problem for me. You need to bring the business to bring them the insight of what you are trying to solve. So understanding what is the challenge, understanding what is the vision that you want to have for AI, basically why AI. And one important aspect is what is the success metric that you want to use as well for your AI model. So once we had the challenges, the pain points, we had ideated some of the use cases, we want as well to define exactly what is the success metric that is going to be used for the data scientists and measuring the success of this AI model. As an example, we have been working on a use case where we are detecting garbage in the street. We built a model that was excellent in this detection, but the only problem is that this model was also detecting the garbage within the garbage bin, which is the good behavior that we want to have within the a society, we only wanted to take the garbage outside of the garbage bin, but because we didn't explicitly mention exactly how we want the model or the outcome to be, or the good outcome, we had this mistake or this challenge of rechanging the label data. So in the first step, we assess, we understand, we prioritize the use cases, understanding what the organization currently have in terms of data and what data we can create, as we mentioned. And then we move into the solutions. And always one of my brilliant leaders, he sometimes says that the solution that you're looking for is not even AI. So when we discuss with business what they are trying to achieve, they could just literally apply analytics on the database, and then they will get the result that they are expecting. So it's very important in the assessment we understand what they are trying to achieve, and then we start the solution. The solution could be AI, or it could be some other technology that they are looking for. So in the solutioning, we will define what kind of technology we require to build this use case. In most of the cases, it's more than one technology. It could be NLP, machine learning, and the other technologies that we have within the AI field. And then we move into unlocking the value itself. So once you have built this model, you want really to put it into work. You want to productionize it. You want your people or within the organization or the end user to start utilizing this application. And unlocking value requires having different tools. For example, tools that will help you with trust, with explainability, that will build the trust within the business. You require tools that will help you measure the feedback of this model, ensuring that is performing well in production. It also ensures we require some awareness, some enablement as well for the organization in order to adopt AI. And then we think of how we can sustain this model in terms of making it self-sustainable. So thinking from how we can move from cost center into a revenue center. How can this model generate revenue for the organization and be self-sustainable? And how can this organization sustain the value that they have gained with AI by being an AI-first organization, or adopting an AI operating model where we think of how we can scale AI within organization for multiple services and processes. And most importantly is that there is always enablement. And enablement, it could be for data, it could be around the regulation that we need to think of. So it is a systematical methodology that we have come up with, and we follow with our customer to unlock the value with AI. And I will leave it to you, Elias.
Thank you very much, Isa. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Isa. That's very helpful. You know, us as our consultants, Sky has its own methodology. There are many people who, and many organizations who do not. And the last 3, 4, 5 years, every time the phone was ringing at BCG, somebody was asking us, saying, I want to be AI first, or I want to be AI driven. How do I do this? So we ended up, you know, start talking to them about the what and the how. And the what starts the same way as Hisa described. You need to first to have a sense of the value of data. What is the art of the possible in your industry? If you're a telco company, or if you're a healthcare company, or if you are an oil and gas company, the value of data, the value of artificial intelligence is different. So you need to know how important it is for you. Then you need to know how to realize this value. You know, what are the macro use cases that you need to be? No need for very much detail, but you need to know that are going to work in this area, in that area, and in that area, and I hope that I will get that much out of this one and that much out of that one. Then you need to have a realistic roadmap. The number of our clients, of companies, of organizations, who have called us and said, I want to become AI driven, and I want to become AI driven in the next 6 months. Good luck for that. It takes much more time. It takes time to prepare the entire organization, to build things, to train people, and so on and so forth. Then, exactly, you need to build the necessary capabilities. And the necessary capabilities we will discuss in a second. There is a trap here. we believe at BCG that you cannot start in a random order. You cannot start whenever you want. There is a very precise order in which you need to build your capabilities to work with this. First point. The second point is that you should try to make it use case driven. You don't need to build all the capabilities necessary at once. You need to build capabilities necessary to run your first few use cases, then the next wave of use cases, then the third wave of use cases. Without even understanding it, after a while, you will have everything you need without having gone through a tremendous effort that nobody understood why it was happening and considered bureaucratic. And once you have all this, only then you can implement effectively use cases. And as we will see in a second, implementing effectively use cases is by far not only data science. So that was the what. And what is the how? You have in this very colorful pyramid the AI capabilities model of the Boston Consulting Group. First thing first, it's a pyramid. It's not because we like the graphic, but because we are convinced that this needs to be thought of and executed top-down. And why it needs to be thought of and executed top-down? Because each layer informs the next one. So you need to start, of course, by having a vision, a strategy. Where do you want to go with this? Are you planning a radical transformation of your organization? Or are you perhaps try to transform the industry? Or you just want to make marginal changes in the way you're operating? Please don't get me wrong. Sometimes marginal changes in the way you're operating can produce billions, so it's not a bad thing. But it's a different scope that if you want to totally change your company. Once you know your vision, you can define what are the macro use cases you want to do. Do I want specific operational use cases that can be executed in 3 months? Can I go for something bigger? And so on and so forth. And once you have the use cases, only then you know how to analyze, how to organize your analytics group, especially for large organizations. Do I need a decentralized analytics group? Do I need a centralized one? Do I need a hub and spoke? You know, something in the center and something in divisions? Can I do it remotely? Can I do it in a multinational way? You need to know what are the use cases you have to execute to be able to answer most of these questions. And once you know the use cases and how your analytics is organized, only then you can start talking about data quality, how to break the silos, how I bring the data back, all the data governance, the analytics and the use cases. You can decide what is the analytics infrastructure that you need. One of the most common mistakes we have seen in some of our clients is that they start at this level. They start at the analytics infrastructure. And why do they start there? Frankly, because it's easy. You call a vendor, you call IBM, well, they are next door. You call anybody, and you say, I want a 5 terabyte data lake. And of course, every vendor is very happy to send you to sell you a 5 terabyte database. You spend 2 years and $20 million, you have a 5 million terabyte, but this is not what you needed. It's a bit late. It's a bit late to discover. Can we do something for the mics? It's a bit late to discover after spending all this time and effort and money that it's not what you need. And once you know all these layers, you can decide and figure out what is strategic and core, and you need to develop inside and nurture, and what you can source from the ecosystem around you. And of course, in parallel to all this, there is a very important factor, which is change management. Even for digital native companies, this is very new. Change management needs to start from day one, and it's extremely important. Which leads me to the next thing, which is kind of the mantra of BCG Gamma. This is what we say, probably we should tattoo it to every person who works for BCG Gamma, which is the 10-20-70 rule. To get impact from artificial intelligence, only 10% comes from the modeling. Only 10% comes from the algorithm. Of course, a very important 10%. If this 10% does not work, nothing else will work. But it's just 10%. 20% comes from the technologies around how do you deliver and how you work these algorithms. 70% comes from the people and the processes. How you build your capabilities, how you put the results of AI into the business processes, how you change the culture of the company to move towards decision making that is data driven, and how you overall you run your change management. There are two important so whats that come from this very simple page. The first one is relatively obvious. You can scale many times the 10%. You can scale many times the 20%. It's obvious that you cannot scale many times the 70%, which is a key factor of what I was telling you before, that you need to focus. Otherwise, you might have all the models of the world and all the applications of the world and all the proof of concepts of the world, but the organization will not be able to take it. That was the first so what. The second so what is that success in artificial intelligence, depending from people and processes, that means from management, from the normal management of the company. The success does not depend from data scientists, it does not depend from data engineers, it does not even depend from their bosses, it depends from the normal executives of the company who decide or not to go this way and to embrace this new way. That was a few things I wanted to tell you then. Perhaps I will pass it to Arnaud to give us some examples around all that.
Happy to do so, and I guess I will present things more from an investment angle, and I guess I'm going to be a bit disappointing by starting that I wish I knew what makes a startup successful. That would make my job much easier, and actually it's always a bet, right? But of course, over the course of years, we have identified a few things which we believe are conducive to success for startups. But before I enter into that, I just want to echo what has been said by both Isa and Elias. You need to know the limitations of AI. That's extremely important. AI cannot solve everything. Actually, we're just at the beginning of the story, of the match. There are things that are obvious and very easy for a human brain, which are extremely complicated and which will remain extremely complicated for an artificial intelligence, typically transfer learning, right? So I would say that AI learns very quickly. Today it learns at the speed of silicon. It will learn at the speed of quantum computing in a few years' time, but it still learns badly, right? Poorly. That's, I think, a limitation which is extremely important to bear in mind. Now, if I go back to investing, what we look at AIC are a few things. First of all, of course, we want deep technology. That's how we start. That's what we start our due diligence with. We want a technological moat. We want a differentiating angle in the technology. But that is not enough, because as was rightly explained by Elias before, you have plenty of smart projects and smart technologies which do never scale. So what we are looking for in the teams we invest in are also a knowledge, a sectorial, a vertical knowledge and expertise. It's very important. So for us, the best companies are the companies which do combine deep tech AI approach, technology, and vertical expertise. Otherwise, it's always longer than expected to scale. Otherwise, you will be among your clients facing process issues, facing reluctance from existing players, etc., etc. So tech, sectorial, vertical expertise, and having identified a pain point. So the technology has to have a use case. It has to be there to fix a problem. And once you have these three, then it starts to look good. Of course, on top of that, and I'm saying on top of that, maybe it's the more important, you need a team and you need an entrepreneur or a few entrepreneurs who have a drive and who have a vision. And that's very much what we're looking at in the companies we invest in. So these are examples of some of the companies we invested in. I'm obviously not going to go through them one by one. I will give you a few examples of maybe the ones which have been the most successful and which do correspond to what I just explained. So typically, a UK-based company called Envelope. This company is doing insurance against cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a huge risk, a huge threat, and most insurance players have no clue, if you allow me the expression, have no clue how to fix that. And this company Envelope was created by people coming from the military backgrounds. Their job was to try to assess where ballistic missiles could fall, and that is based on very complex calculation, and that is based on a limited number of data, thank God. And they associated, they partnered with people coming from the insurance world, and they used this algorithmic approach that they had developed for ballistic missiles to assess and therefore to price the cybersecurity risk. And that's something that, again, insurance companies are really struggling to do. So they are really addressing a pain point, addressing an issue, which is that this risk is growing and no one knows how to price it. And by assessing it perfectly or much better than the others, of course, they are able to offer better prices. And what they do is that they partner with insurance companies which lend them their balance sheets because they know they cannot sell premiums, insurance security, cybersecurity insurance premium themselves. So that's typically an example of this like dual approach, vertical and very deep tech. Another example I can give is a company called InstaDeep, which was funded by an impressive gentleman from Tunisia, Karim Beguir. He created the company. The company is based out of London, Paris, and Tunis. It's very deep learning. They developed a very deep technology, and then they struggled a bit to find the right vertical. And finally, they met with BioNTech, the famous biotech company out of Germany, and they really together decided to focus on that vertical. And what they do is really, really impressive. So they're using the AlphaFold database, which has been developed by DeepMind, to do drug discovery. But when I say drug discovery, it is not for small molecules. It is for proteins, so very complex molecules. And what they managed to achieve is really impressive, where before BioNTech needed maybe 1 year to try a new compound, they would need now 2 weeks. This is the order of magnitude we're talking about. So this is really a game changer for drug discovery. This really opens the way and the door for amazing developments in cancer treatments, etc., etc. They have also developed a system together with BioNTech called the early warning system, whereby they can identify extremely quickly if a new COVID variant is dangerous or not, or very dangerous or not. And they do that before the WHO manages to do so. So really, thanks to AI being applied to a vertical and having partnered with people who know this vertical inside out, they are really doing absolutely amazing things. A few other examples I could mention, still in the healthcare space, is a company, US company called Lark. What they do is personalized medicine. I'm personally convinced that the way we do medicine today, the way we treat patients today, would seem completely absurd in 20 or 30 years' time. Because today, medicine is hardly personalized. It's not based on data coming from the patients. It's based on other data, general data. And thanks to AI, you can really tailor the treatment to the patients. And that also applied to coaching. So you can gather a lot of data from the patients. Typically for Lark, we're talking about people who are suffering from hypertension or diabetes, And then, thanks to a sensor, they do send out many data. And what Lark is doing is very much tailoring, giving them advice on what they should do, what they should eat, etc., based on all the data which are being gathered. This is quite impressive as well. There's another sector which I think is important. That I already hinted at. That's cybersecurity. I was explaining that cybersecurity is a growing threat, obviously, and the usual approach to cybersecurity, which is to compare new viruses to a library of existing viruses, doesn't work anymore, because in a single day you can have 1 million new viruses being created, right? So you completely need to transform the approach to cybersecurity. And that's what a few companies we invested in did. Typically, a company called Reactor, which we sold to IBM a few weeks ago, quite successfully, is doing that. Or another company called Deep Instinct is doing that. So instead of comparing new viruses to existing viruses, they do some sort of DNA analysis of new viruses and detect if they are dangerous or not. So this approach could not be followed without AI. And maybe a last sector I'd like to mention is intelligent robotics. Today in the world, human intelligence is still used for very stupid things, typically warehouses. I'm convinced that there are better uses for human intelligence than bringing and handling packages in a warehouse. Today, thanks to AI, you can add a layer to robots to make them intelligent so they can learn new tasks. And there's this company, for example, called Photoneo, which is based in Slovakia, in Europe, which has completely fully automated fulfillment centers. And that is addressing a pain point, which is that you don't find people today who are really willing to work in warehouses. So you need to find alternatives to that, and frankly, that's for the good of humankind. So these are just a few examples of companies we invested in, companies which have been successful financially, and they have been successful financially because they do address a real problem. Tech, just for the sake of tech, doesn't work. Tech for the sake of fixing issues and helping people does work. Well, actually, I have already addressed most of these. Train scheduling, these are use cases. Intelligent robotics, I mentioned it. Cybersecurity, I mentioned it. Train scheduling, that's a real problem. And it sounds a bit obvious, but rescheduling trains when there's a late train, typically in train networks in Europe, which are extremely dense, is a nightmare. That's something that the human brain cannot do efficiently. That's a typical use of AI, and that's a typical problem that they're trying to address. I mentioned Lark, I mentioned InstaDeep. The last company I should mention is AIDoc, because in healthcare, I would say that you have three main baskets that can be addressed thanks to AI. You have drug discovery, I mentioned that for small molecule and for protein. X37 is small molecules, InstaDeep is proteins. You have personalized medicine, I addressed that. But you also have computer vision applied to radiology. These guys at AIDoc, I visited a hospital where the technology is being used. And there was a random guy who was there, and we asked him, okay, does it work? And his answer was, it saves lives. That does save lives, right? Because where it took maybe a few hours before to analyze a radio, a scan, now it's done in a few seconds. And if this system is embedded into the tool of the hospital, then it goes directly to the right doctor who is being alerted and can react quickly. So this is, there again, a game changer. These guys, they have 12 FDA licenses in the US. It's a leader in the space of AI-enabled radiology. There are many players in that space. These are scaling. And another field I'd like to mention, besides scans, are pathology, right? So using computer vision in pathology, both for research and for treatments, is also very promising. So that's I guess the next step. And last vertical I'd like to address is security. These are US companies. There are a few issues linked to security in the US, starting with the fact that there are quite a few weapons detained by people. What Lassen Peak does is, from a distance, to analyze. It's a device, right, handheld device that a policeman can use to detect if a person a few meters away has or not a weapon, right? And in the US context of very tense relationship between the police and some parts of the population, that is really a game changer. That's something that police force in the US and in Europe are very keen on getting this new device. Another example that's computer vision is Zero Eyes. This is for identifying shooters arriving in a facility, right? In a school, in any public building. So you have videos, you have plenty of cameras in the US, but what is complicated is to have a person behind the video, behind the screen, looking at it permanently with the necessary attention to be able to react quickly. And experience shows that it's not the case, right? People have attention drops. Machines do not have attention drops, right? So instead of having someone, or on top of having someone behind the screen, there is an artificial intelligence which is screening the videos and identifying if there is a threat, an attack, or someone coming in with a weapon. So there again, AI is a game changer. So just to summarize what I said, you need a deep tech, you need the pain points that you address, you need as an entrepreneur to know the vertical, to know the buyers, to know the clients inside out. And when you have that, and when you are fixing a problem, then you are successful.
Thank you very much, Arnaud. Hello? Thank you very much, Arnaud. So, ladies and gentlemen, we try to show you a few examples of use cases that work and they have impact. The way investors think about companies who realize these use cases. Then we also show with HISA the framework that a specific company applies to make AI effectively. And we also discussed the higher level framework of the Boston Consulting Group of how to implement and how to build AI-related capabilities. So I would like to finish with our mantra, the 10-20-70. It's easy, please always remember it. Success in AI is 10% the algorithm, 20% the tech, and 70% you. So please keep it in mind. I'll open the floor to questions. We have another 10 minutes. So if there are any questions. Yes, madam. We need to get them. The lady over there.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation.
Can you speak up a bit?
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. And I have just a question from the perspective of an investor. How do you see use cases that are a little bit has a certain liabilities? Like, for example, you have identifying shooters that might trigger some legal aspects. Or, for example, applying AI on something where there is safety critical issues, such as train scheduling. How do you approach investing in such hazardous business, if you would like to call it so? Thank you very much.
I need to rephrase because I'm not sure I catch everything. How to approach what exactly?
Investing in use cases that are a little bit, that present certain liabilities. For example, having safety critical issues, medical issues, insurance, missile.
Lisa would like to take it? Or?
For sure. So I believe the question is regarding how can we manage the risk of the AI use cases. So maybe I will add some insights regarding tackling how we're going to approach these use cases from ideation and also from execution, and maybe Arnold as well in terms of investment, in terms of how he make that risk assessment. But usually, as we mentioned in the elevation framework, in the understand stage where we need to assess the use case, and a huge part of it is assessing the risk of that use case in terms of safety, in terms of ethical issues, in terms of privacy. A lot of use cases, sometimes it's critical even for humans, like for example in the healthcare, where if you use it, for example, for predicting breast cancer, let's give it as one of the examples, and you misdiagnose a patient that they don't have this tumor while they do have it, then this is a major risk that could affect the life of someone. So that's why it's important in the beginning of any use case to list all of the risk that you see regarding the safety, regarding the ethicals, and try to put procedures to mitigate this risk. So for example, in terms of the safety, you could adjust the confidence or the threshold of this model. For example, you're fine if you're going to predict, let's say, more patients being diagnosed with cancer than having your model being biased on the other side, where you clear one patient while they do have some cancer. So it depends on the use case and how you need to have some policies and procedures in place for it. One other part maybe you have mentioned, if I heard you well, is regarding the ethical domain, and this is where you need to connect with the regulator in terms of, for example, here in Saudi, the data regulator, NDMO, and also the AI and Data Authority, SADAYA, where you need to connect and understand with them the regulation that they have in terms of they are used in a specific use case, or for example, in the data domain. Another one is regarding the industry regulation. So even in telecommunication and healthcare, you need to connect with the regulator and understand the current policies that you have, and you need to implement and impose in your model as well. So I hope I have answered your question, and maybe if Arnold have
if
some...
I may add something, there is an entire body of research and of work around the risk of use cases and what we call responsible AI. And as Hissa very rightly said, there are two dimensions. The first one is the risk per se. I'll get back to that. And the other one is the ethical part. And the ethical part is an entire, we can spend 3 days discussing about this. On the risk part, the way we see it is how much power do we give to the computer? How much power do we give to the algorithm? What level of decision? It can be nothing. So the algorithm just gives you a result, you look at it, but you take the decision. The human takes the decision, all the way to an automated decision. And how do you decide with this? We see it in two axes. The first one, try to imagine a matrix. Unfortunately, I cannot draw it here. One is how many people you affect. It goes from one person to the entire humanity, 7.5 billion people. The other axis is what is the importance of the impact. It could be just that you give him a fine of $10, or all the way to that you kill him. So across this matrix there is a diagonal. If you create a harm, very small, but you create it to 100 million people, you cannot let the algorithm decide by itself. If you create a harm only to one people, but it's terminal, you kill this person, of course you cannot let the computer decide. Of course, I'm oversimplifying here because this is just the basic of the reasoning, and then behind you have another 25 dimensions. But this is how you think about those kind of things. Does this answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Maybe just to no, sure. Just to complement, we have a bit changed our approach about that at AIC. It's a very important question, obviously. When we started 4 years ago, we thought that we would shy away from sectors which are too regulated, because we saw that as an impediment, an hindrance to scaling, right? So we thought that we would most likely not invest in self-driving cars, because the problem with self-driving cars is today less the technology than the governance and the fact that these technologies are accepted or not. We thought as well that we would shy away from investing in healthcare for the same reason, because it's very regulated and potentially dangerous. And we have changed our mind. Healthcare has become one of the verticals in which we invest most. Why? Because the advantage that AI brings are so huge that you have to overcome these problems and find an issue, right? Find a solution to these problems. And typically, the FDA in the US or its equivalent in Europe are today quite keen on these new technologies. So where we were thinking 4 years ago that regulators would be reluctant, what we see is that actually they are quite willing to have these technologies being introduced because, again, they are a game changer.
Any other question? Yes. The gentleman over there, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you so much for the very interesting conversations here. My name is Martin Sabek, TÜV Süd. I'm coming from a TIC company, Testing, Inspection, Certification. So we actually help our clients to reach conformance assessment of artificial intelligence. And what you're actually talking is very true. The biggest struggle for organizations is to reach the quality of artificial intelligence. Under quality, we usually lump everything from safety, security, conformance, legal, ethics, the stakeholder satisfaction that need to be there in the end. Now, quality where you don't meet your return of investment, one category of customers. The other one is that need market entry in highly regulated spaces. You have now presented a couple of frameworks to guide them. Totally agree. Frameworks to help organizations are very essential, and a lot of people are not aware of all the things that are coming towards them. So question, the international community has reached consensus on how to do it, right? There is a governance aspect, life cycle processes, mitigation, process assessments, plus technical assessments that need to be done. Urine coverage and so forth, what can be measured. All of this is now being standardized. In the ISO SC42, they have laid out exactly what needs to be done. To what degree are the frameworks that you have presented already aligned with those standardization efforts?
I don't remember, I think it was Henry Paulson who said, you know, the ex-head of Goldman Sachs and Secretary of Finance in the US, that regulation runs always behind practice. So the direct answer to your question is no, but simply because this kind of frameworks and applications exists now since years, and regulation comes only now. So there will be eventually aligned, but and we work with both the European and the American regulatory body to help them think through that. But for now, they are not aligned. Somebody wants to, okay. Perhaps the gentleman in the back? In the back, no.
Thank you very much. I want to build upon the previous question and further down the conversation on AI governance. I lead a small think and do tank that really specializes on AI governance. So here, interestingly, we have different perspectives. The investor perspective, the developer/deployer perspective. So the question is more around how early in the investment life cycle are you going to bake impacts of returns on investment driven by liabilities and risks? We've talked about explainability problems, particularly in safety critical context. So how early are these problems and the impending regulation meaningful to you? And is it meaningful now, or will we have to wait for the regulation and or standards or codes of conduct to be passed for your investment decisions to be impacted? Thank you.
Arnaud, you want to take this or?
Yes, I can try. The simple answer, or the short answer, not the simple answer, the short answer is early, or as early as possible, when it's possible. We always, when we look at a market, obviously, because we look at markets, that's important. We do not only look at technologies, we look at markets. And regulation is obviously part of the market assessment, right? Because regulation can be a hindrance, can be an opportunity as well, right? So the short answer to your question is, this is very important in our assessment. It comes quite quickly. Of course, the issue here is that we are a global fund. We do invest all over the planet. And by the way, the beauty of AI is that it's not capital intensive. So you can have great AI companies, great AI ideas coming up from smaller countries, even when there's not a lot of capital. So we are facing regulations which are not the same in China, in the US, and in Europe, right? So each time you obviously need to look into the local regulations and to take that into account when you envisage the scaling of the companies. Because typically in Europe, you would have companies which are very focused on explainable AI, and that would less be the case in other geographies, right? So again, to answer your question, regulation is key, has to be looked at early on, and it's fully part of the investment decision.
The gentleman in the middle. Over there. No, on the other side.
Hello, this is Syed. I am representing Digital Corporation.
Can you speak up a bit?
Under the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Thank you very much. We learn a lot from your sessions. My question is that your theme is unlocking value with AI. Definitely, we know that AI, the main fuel of AI is data, and the data, in collecting data, refining data is a challenge for even in the developed country, but particularly for the developing countries. Maybe my question is not 100% relevant to your topic, but how we keep this theme, unlocking value with AI, the countries who are underserved, unserved, basically. They are struggling towards ICT only. Thank you very much.
Do you want to take this?
So honestly, okay. So I think you're talking about technological inclusive. How can we ensure that underserved groups or countries, they get the same benefit and advantage that the neighbor countries are having, for example. And maybe I would just reflect on His Excellency Abdullah Swaha when he was in the World Economic Forum, where he addressed the inclusive subject specifically for technology, including AI. So how can we ensure the different groups or the unserved groups, also the neighbor countries that is unserved in terms of resources, access to educational programs, and also in terms of access to the resources. So Saudi is already having multiple programs when it comes in how can we have the same, let's say, benefits or advantage for these unserved groups. So I hope I tried to answer your question, but I'm not the expert in this topic.
So perhaps a last question. We have 2 minutes left. Yes, madam.
You mentioned something about if the sensors, for example, if in the POC stage they actually succeeded, but then you went to trial or you went to production, and then the data that came from the sensors did not result in accurate predictions. How do you overcome this problem, and how do you predict this problem before it happens, before you invest your money in AI, and then you realize that the sensors are not giving accurate data?
I'll let Arnaud reply this, but I'm a bit afraid that if we knew how to predict a problem before we invest into the area, we will all be rich. But unfortunately, there is no way to predict that. As Arnaud explained, and we help a lot of investors invest into AI. There is a certain areas of things that of elements, a certain number of elements that you look before investing. And one of this is the technology, and if a sensor of a specific technology works or not. You cannot assess it. You cannot assess it totally, because at the moment you're taking the investment decision, you probably have just a prototype, but you try to see how this prototype will evolve and scale. Does it always work? Definitely not. Otherwise, we will all be millionaires, So, but I don't know if you have to add something on this. Does this answer your question, or? Okay. Well, what other element are you missing?
So if we're trying to resolve a problem and we're implementing AI solution to resolve this problem, and then we tried to train the model using the sensor data, and they didn't work, how do you tackle this issue? Because eventually you do want to resolve the problem and you do want to better use AI.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I need
Yeah.
to get the...
Yeah, please.
I'm not sure. Okay, this is working. I think it's working.
It is working, yes.
Oh.
It is working. That's great at the end of the session. So I think this will go back to my topic regarding the data creation instead of the data extraction. So you need to go back to the data sources and fix the equipment. So that one solution that we have tackled, for example, in the case that I mentioned, is that we had to bring an equipment that we could rely on. And we focus on how we create this data and have a proper or robust data quality process in place.
That's it. Thank you very much we run out of time. Thank you very much for your attention. And I understand that we are between you and your lunch, so
Thank
enjoy
you
your
very
lunch.
much, everyone. Thank you.
Health, the beating heart of your everyday. It's in every step of your journey, through the ups and the downs, the smooth and the bumpy. But no matter where your journey takes you, we are there with you, because caring for your health is at the heart of everything we do. Whether you are in need of treatment, caring for yourself, or a loved one, we collaborate with scientists, researchers, and hospitals to support doctors, surgeons, nurses, and caregivers across the world to give you the best possible solutions to improve your health now and in the future. Together, we are reimagining healthcare. And through innovation, we're setting its destination, a place where there's care for everyone, with less waste and more hope. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you, Philips.
Hello? Can everybody hear me? Yeah? Can people hear me in the back of the room? I see thumbs up. Excellent. Well, welcome to our talk on AI in healthcare, unlocking the power of AI in healthcare. Let me start by introducing myself and then my colleague here. My name is Tanuj Gupta. I am a physician and a computer scientist with Philips Corporation, and I lead a team of operational informatics folks that includes a focus on AI. I have now been in the Kingdom of Saudi for 12 hours. This is my first visit ever to the country. So normally I reserve the thank you till the end. I feel compelled to say thank you up front. The hospitality and the people have been amazing. So I hope to continue to come to Saudi, especially when it becomes the center of AI innovation like we see today. Mohammed, please.
Right. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. It's great to be with my colleague Tanuj today, and welcome to Saudi. My name is Mohammed Al-Hamid. I'm the director of the Center of Healthcare Intelligence at King Faisal Specialist Hospital, where we run AI and machine learning for the best of humanity, I believe. Prior to my role, I was the AI and machine learning lead in IBM US and also in Canada in Toronto Lab Warden. I was coming from the software engineering domain, have no prior knowledge about what this medical field looks like, but been one exciting year already.
Great. So I'm hoping our time in the audience, just a show of hands. Okay, a lot of you. And how many are listening to this presentation and are not from healthcare? There are some. Okay, good. So that helps. So we'll make sure we address both sides of that audience. Can we advance the slide? If somebody can click through. Perfect. Okay, so we've got a few objectives. We're going to go through and ask some questions of you, especially those of you in healthcare. But you're free to also ask questions about the questions we're asking you. So there's no real rules. It's really open for us to discuss. But what we'll cover is healthcare. Now, before we start that, I want to give you a little bit of background. Why is healthcare interested in AI? Back in 2015, I was consulting for hospitals, and the big technology was still electronic health records. And just for some background, give you 4 reasons why that's happening, and then we'll get into the questions. So number 1, we had a major event, worldwide event, COVID-19. And COVID-19 drove very significant changes in the adoption of technology in healthcare. I'm listing 3, and you probably can think of more than just these 3. The first is site-neutral care delivery. So what this means is the pandemic forced us to take care of patients in their home, which caused an explosion in the amount of telemedicine that's being used and the amount of remote patient monitoring devices that are being used. Now imagine if I'm a patient and I'm wearing a Holter monitor and it's watching my heart. Now all of a sudden there's a lot of continuous streaming data that needs to be interpreted by clinicians. But most clinicians in most countries are already overworked. So who is going to read all of that data and look for the signal? It's going to be software, it's going to be AI. And so you can see that is driving the push there. The second is supply chain forecasting. We also had this problem globally, that we were running out of labor and non-labor resources. And by non-labor resources, I mean personal protective equipment, ventilators. So we didn't have systems to predict whether hospitals are going to run out of resources and be able to staff accordingly. Now, interestingly, in other industries, for those of you not in healthcare, we can predict the weather with some certainty and then plan accordingly. We can predict earthquakes and then plan accordingly. We were not able to predict shortages of people and supplies in healthcare yet. So it must be that we have to now tackle this problem, and this is driving AI in healthcare and big data. And the third is there's now policies coming in government that says records must be interoperable, data must be interoperable in healthcare, and that itself is going to drive adoption of AI and machine learning. A second big trend is value-based care. Now in Saudi, Mohammed, what kind of system is it here in Saudi, the healthcare system?
Yeah, so in Saudi, it's a universal healthcare. where the government is responsible to provide the healthcare for all the citizens. It's been challenging for the Ministry of Health and for all the hospitals to keep up the level of quality and maintaining that in the long run.
Okay.
So there were lots of challenges around that, but now with the commitment that delivering the best high healthcare possible, a lot of hospitals are now transferring to be non-profit organizations, including this King Faisal
good.
Hospital.
Good. So whether you are a 4-care system globally or you are like the Saudi system, everybody is saying we must share the risk. We must change. In a fee-for-service world, every healthcare intervention generates revenue, regardless of the outcome. And we must change to where every healthcare intervention is a cost. You pay for the cost up front, and you're accountable for the result. So just like in the Saudi system, then you try to prioritize preventive care, self-care, community care, and try to keep people out of the hospital. Well, one way you can keep people out of the hospital is try to predict diseases earlier and earlier and screen for them, and those are going to be AI tools as well. Just briefly, we know that as a percentage of gross domestic product in every country, healthcare is rising. This is forcing hospitals to come together, to pool their resources, and to become more efficient. The need to be efficient with healthcare resources also drives the adoption of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data. And the fourth trend, before we get to our first question here, is this data is now growing as an asset. And I think every industry, including healthcare, recognizes there's something here. Sometimes you've heard data is the new oil or data is the new blood in healthcare. Sometimes I like to say, and I'll bring that analogy back, there's some asset there, there's some learning we can do, and just the sheer volume of data we're collecting is now pushing us to adopt AI. So this is going to be our first question. I'm going to start with you, Mohammed. What are some ways you believe, or at King Faisal, big data, machine learning, AI could positively impact healthcare?
All right, so it's an interesting question. So when it comes to AI and machine learning, there are three aspects that we can adopt those technologies in the clinical settings, in the administrative settings, or in the operational side of the process. So on the clinical settings, yes, absolutely, AI can, based on investment and bringing up the technology closer to diagnoses, to treatment recommendations, and also to follow up on the prescriptions, side effects analysis, and all of that. In the administrative process, today, the hospital, for example, takes 300 X-rays in a week. That's a huge amount of X-rays that can be analyzed by radiologists. If we have to do that manually, one by one, and first come, first serve, then we will not pay attention to those who need really the right attentions. So with simple diagnoses and prioritizations kind of process, AI can contribute into prioritizing those abnormality X-rays, for example, in comparison with the normal ones. The final aspect, which is the operational. Pharmaceutical industry, clinical trials, all of that kind of domains have a lot of interest in using AI and model. Our experience in the King Faisal hospitals is adopting those kind of technologies, and we can discuss more in the next slides.
One thing I'm struck, Mohammed, because I just met you today. How long have you been with King Faisal?
Only been there for 1 year.
1 year. And were you in healthcare before that?
No. Software engineering background.
That's right. So incredible that he's been 1 year in healthcare and he's already picking up on these trends. So the question now for the audience, anybody with healthcare experience or even without who's got an opinion, what do you think are some of the benefits of AI in healthcare? Just show of hands and we'll bring a microphone to you. I see one over there in the back.
Improved quality of care improvements?
Quality of care improvements, yeah. And can I ask where your name and where you're from?
I'm Brian. I am from the United States, but I live in Dubai.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So Brian said to improve the quality of care. Right. So that's a big one. What about here? Yes, woman here. Please speak in the microphone that everybody can hear.
Thanks for the question. I'm a family physician at King Faisal Specialist Hospital, so it's great to know that such initiatives are taking place at the hospital that I'm based at. So the benefits are endless. I would like just to take the focus of community health, moving away from hospital-centered healthcare towards community-based health healthcare system.
Yep.
And so supporting physicians in preventive aspects, in annual physical health system, in the model of care, which is basically aligned with the Vision 2030 that we are moving towards. So just a quick on top of my head things that I can mention, and the list is endless.
Yeah, and your comment and the gentleman's comment are linked, because in order to do more preventative care and to incentivize for preventative care versus hospital care, we need to measure quality improvement to make sure I'm not just getting paid to intervene, I'm getting paid to improve the patient's lives, and I have a way to measure that. Excellent. Yeah. Others, yes. Over here. There's, I think, 2 or 3 in this area. Yep. Okay, you're next.
Thank you very much. This is Syed from Digital Cooperation Organizations. I have a background in healthcare industry as well. So basically, like in COVID-19, this is the best, I think, the lesson learned that when the COVID arrived and many countries suffering from exactly what are the treatment, and because it's affect the lungs, and there is no mechanism to diagnose these X-rays of the people, so what exactly they are affected. So it's basically when you have a large massive amount of big data and you need some quick decisions. So I think AIs can perform a critical role. And of course, I agree with you, like the data is the fuel of AI, and if you have no data, so you have a less chance to get the benefits of AI. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We saw a proliferation of AI algorithms to screen for COVID-19. So there was a lot of interest in that when it first came out. Yes.
Hi, my name is Abdurrahman Sabbagh, emergency physician with background in healthcare simulation. Shortly, I think analyzing automation of tasks and analyzing big patient data sets I strongly believe it might help in decreasing the cost and deliver the patient care fast in a smarter way. That's what I would say in the benefits of AI.
Yeah, good. Automation, so you mentioned automation, which we haven't heard yet, and that's a big one. And then decreasing the cost, so similar to what you said, Mohammed, where if there's too many images to scan, there's a lot of cost, that you can take out if you can use AI for some of that.
I'll give you just a simple example. So in KFSH, it's a universal healthcare. So when a patient misses their appointment, basically it's a loss of revenue to the hospital, because that's an opportunity for another patient to come and visit the doctor. So what we did is a simple algorithms that predict the possibility that every single patient will miss their appointment. Within only 3 months, we were able to save the hospital over 20 million, only because we used the right data to estimate the possibility that the patient will miss their appointment.
Fantastic. Yes, please.
Yes, hi everyone. Hawazin Badawi, applied AI assistant professor, and my background in like how to utilize technology for healthcare. What I see is like applying the AI and machine learning in the healthcare area will support the proactive and increasing the user experience and enhancing the awareness to be proactive, not reactive, or patient looking for the healthcare services. And right now our interest, like because in our lab in Canada, we're focusing on developing digital twins for health and well-being. And this is a big field that we can use it,
Yeah, so you bring up patients directly, and I think there was an algorithm. I used to work for an EHR company, and we looked at, can you tell a patient with asthma that they're gonna have an exacerbation before they have to go to the ER? And the benefits of that and the cost reduction is big. Yeah, excellent. Let's take one more, and then we'll move to the next question. Yes, this gentleman here.
Thank you. Dr. Mahmoud from King Salman Armed Forces Hospital. I think one of the main advantages for AI in healthcare that improve patient safety, like in pharmacy, duplication in medication, dose for the patient. It's one of the main advantages of healthcare, of AI in healthcare.
Yeah, to improve patient safety. That's a big one. Yeah, and we're going to talk about patient safety actually in the risk section. So that's great. So I'm gonna show you now a slide about what I've thought about, what we've thought about at the company I work for in terms of benefits to the health system. This is not everything. As somebody said, it could be endless. But and I represent a lot of imaging technology. So, of course, I looked at imaging first, and it said reconstruction algorithm. So if I can create the image with less exposure to the patient of radiation, and then that is a patient safety benefit. And that is also, if I can improve the quality of the image for better detection of tumors, then that's also a benefit diagnostically. Clinically, screening. So can I do early screening? There's a lot of investment, especially in the oncology space, to say, can I pick up a tumor faster than the human eye can pick it up? So a little bit personal story. My mother has stage 3 lung cancer, and we found it incidentally. She broke some ribs, and on the chest x-ray, they discovered it 2.5 years ago. Most lung cancers are found by accident like that. And Mohammed, in your example, if they went in for a routine chest x-ray and we had a battery of AI algorithms to just screen for a whole bunch of disease and even maybe detect cancer at stage 1 or even before stage 1, where the AI could see the difference in the pixel density more than the human eye, I mean, imagine the benefits we would have for everybody that way. Diagnostic assistance and then pathway selection for treatment. So you could use AI to say, hey, choose path A or path B for the most likely success for the patient. And then we talked about operational and financial insights. So automation was the word that this gentleman used. Can we automate report creation and reduce the burden on the care team so that they can do more or spend more time with the patients? Can we automate some of the revenue cycle or payment pieces? And then patient engagement, I think, was mentioned here as well. Can we automate some of that? So I think we've covered a lot of these. Again, it can be endless, but this is good. Let's now flip and talk about the other side. And if you saw the opening comments today when the conference kicked off, there was the phrase responsible AI. That's the essence of this question, the spirit of this question. What are some of the risks we might see with data, ML, and AI? Mohammed, have you thought about this?
All right. It's a big topic. I don't know if you have heard the opening sessions. There was one specific session talks about adversarial attacks and how specific pixels adjusted to the image could convert the classification from what is supposed to be predicted into something completely off. So this is really critical. It's not from the security point of view, but from the quality point of view. Can we trust the data that's being used in the AI model? Can we trust the model to provide the right prediction, right accuracy when it comes to the outcome of the model that's supposed to be done? You mentioned a few minutes ago, Tanuj, that we can use AI for automation. For example, I can relate one small example. We have physicists. They see patients, they try to annotate the tumor in the brain. So that's a long process. It takes 5 business days to do one simple case. And doing that is they segment the tumor in the brain and they calculate the total volume in order to determine the doses for the chemotherapy, for example, or for radiation therapy. Automation can be done more efficiently in comparison to what the study that we have been doing. It's more accurate. It can tell you the volume of the tumor in the brain much, much precisely than just manually editing it using the physicist who, or he or she can see a patient in 1 week.
But now, in the spirit of the risk question, so, I mean, that's a huge benefit, but there's risk to that if the algorithm's not calibrated correctly. There's patient safety risk, right? Yeah, good. Okay.
So that's the question is, can we trust the AI to do that job or human?
Yeah.
So that's a big question.
Okay, gotcha. So let's go to the audience. What are some of the risks you think about when you think about AI applied in healthcare? And even if you're not in healthcare, it's okay. Yes, this woman over here in the front. Yeah, it's okay to answer if you're not in healthcare. There's no right or wrong answers. This is all for discovery and learning.
Hi, assalamu alaikum. Arwa Badi from King Abdulaziz University. So I'm a radiologist. So when you tell me what are the concerns, I am concerned that I'm going to be jobless in the next 20 years. So this is a huge concern for a lot of the clinicians or the radiologists that are working. We understand that AI is going to help us tremendously, and I want AI to come and help me with imaging appropriateness, teasing out who's the x-rays that I should be taking care of right now. But when it comes to the other side of things, oh, by the way, tomorrow you're going to wake up and you're going to be jobless. So that's like, what am I going to do?
Yeah, good. Good. So you already took us to question 4, which is the technology going to replace clinicians? But this is good. Let's talk about it. It comes up a lot. Now, historically, I'm going to give you this because I had this conversation in the car on the way to this conference last night. The same concerns were there with computers in general. When the personal computer started coming out, people thought these computers are going to replace jobs. And what they did is the jobs evolved, but it made us it gives us more freedom. We would not be able to work from home during COVID without computers. So I think similarly, right now, my tools to treat a patient, I've got 5 tools. I've got, or to diagnose a patient. I've got taking a history, so speaking with them. I've got physical exam. I have taking vital signs. I have taking lab tests, blood-based lab tests, and I have imaging. Those are the 5 tools I have to diagnose a patient. Well, what we're talking about is the birth of a 6th tool, an AI algorithm, that can look across all 5 of those and find a pattern we didn't detect. So what I would argue, I hope, is that this is a 6th diagnostic tool. And so I can imagine how many chest x-rays and CT brains you've read. Those are the 2 most common images in radiology. If those could be read by AI and you can focus on the more interesting images, it would just be different. And I think somebody on stage said it best. I think it was the CEO of Sadaya who said, AI will not replace clinicians, but clinicians who don't use AI will be outdated. That you must start to use it as a tool. Good. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to say that. That's good. Other questions or other responses to this? Yes, in the back. Then I'll come to this side, I promise.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abed Al-Badr. I'm a dentist, faculty in College of Dentistry, but also entrepreneur in health technology. I think one of the concerns is who is responsible when there is an issue that happens as a result of diagnosing using that 6th tool. But also, when are we going to have the decision made by the doctors? It's easier to give the doctor that responsibility and consequences. But if it was the system, then it's different.
Good. Yeah, and this is what I'm hoping is this is a mix of sort of questions and responses. So let's talk about that for a minute. And Mohammed, I'd love for you to weigh in too if you've come across this. I take it from a legal perspective. So who is accountable for the practice or malpractice of a medical decision I make, given that I'm using a certain tool? So as a clinician, for example, if I get a high potassium value from a blood sample, I am trained as a clinician to ask, how long has that blood been sitting? If it's been sitting for several hours, that's a false positive. And if it hasn't, then that's a real signal. Or I might take a second potassium level. So I am liable for the practice decision made from using this tool because the tool is supposedly calibrated. Now, if the tool is not calibrated, if the lab machine is not calibrated, then the machine is liable. And we saw this real example with the company Theranos. So that company said, hey, we can do 500 tests from a sample of blood. They were giving incorrect results. They were liable. So the results have to be correct from the tool, and then the clinician has some liability based on how they use the tool to make a diagnosis. So it's going to be shared. The reason the tool is trusted is it's also regulated. And that's going to be our third question, is to talk about the regulations. I don't know if you've got any thoughts in this space.
So it's a really good question. At least what we believe in King Faisal Hospital is that AI should be an assistive tool, should be always an assistive tool. We believe that it's not our job to replace radiologists at all. Our job is to provide the right healthcare at the right time with the efficient allocation of resources. If we're going to wait for a patient a couple of days until all that process of diagnosis has to complete, then that 5 days matters for a patient with a cancer. Today, we sat down with a specialist in the oncology clinics, and we always have those questions. There are patients who ask for chemotherapy where the chances of surviving is very minimal. Is that an ethical question? They will go back to the family and say that the surviving percentage or probability is very low. Family will insist that they want to go with the therapy anyway. They wanted to use AI as an evidence tool. Should we invest AI to do that? That's an ethical question, right? So that's in a community as a physician. I'm not a physician, but I think that's a community where they need to decide whether the technology should be involved in that process or no.
Very good. I promised to come to this side, so there's a couple hands here. If we can bring the mics to this side. So let's say we'll take 3 more, because I saw 3 hands, and then we'll go to the next question. This gentleman in the black suit. No luck.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
I'm a master's student, civil engineering from KFUPM. So what I want to say actually is that when it comes to the issue of healthcare, we need to look into explainability of AI, because whereby when we use artificial neural network to predict, we don't actually know what goes on inside the neural network. So we need more to be able to make decisions.
Yeah, so you're getting to explainability or interpretability, and I think that's a big issue. So a lot of concern is I'm going to get flooded with data as a clinician, or I'm going to get flooded with all of these AI results, and I need to explain it. I would suggest that we have systems already that we could leverage. So for example, there are hundreds and thousands of lab tests we could order. But the way I make lab tests explainable is I say there's a value and then there's a normal range. And if it's abnormal, then I know how to act high or low. Well, couldn't AI be the same? If it's based on data versus blood, who cares? If I've got a value and I've got a normal range, will that make it explainable or interpretable? There hasn't been enough thinking about that yet, but yeah, I agree with you. That's a big area. Yes.
Hello, this is Haidar Mubarak from the Saudi Electronic University. One concern is the bias of the data set used to train the algorithms. Because I worked in melanoma detection using dermoscopy images, and most of the images there are from Caucasian patients. So when we take that system and deploy it somewhere else, it might not give us the what we hoped for as a result.
Yeah, I think there was a Nature article, so I'm glad you brought up bias. There was a Nature article maybe a year or 2 ago that said a lot of the AI algorithms at that time, 1 or 2 years ago, was trained on data that was 90% European white male. So it doesn't necessarily apply to every category. The pharmaceutical industry has been dealing with this. I used to work for a pharmaceutical company, AstraZeneca, that introduced Iressa, which was a cancer drug that worked really well in the Japanese, but did not work well elsewhere. So there was even a financial situation. Do we invest in this drug when it doesn't work in our major markets? And they found a way for it to work. But I think with AI, the cost profile is different. And so there's a potential to treat multiple cultures, multiple geographies, localities with different versions. But we have to make sure we're not doing it in a biased way. One more, and then we'll move to the next one. Yes.
Thank you so much. This is Nawaf Al-Bali, healthcare lead from Accenture, Saudi. One of the interesting and puzzling elements and risks related to AI in healthcare is yes, bias, but it speaks to a larger issue, which is the generalizability of AI. Meaning, if I find an AI model that has been deployed somewhere with a 96% accuracy, how can we be so sure that this accuracy is achieved in the Saudi or in the Arab population? So that this is the generalizability issue is something that we really need to look into.
I've got some thoughts. Have you any thoughts on generalizability?
Yeah, absolutely. I think lots of interesting keywords. We have been hearing explainability, generalizations, building transparent data for feeding the AI models for training. I think to touch on all of those, I think the number one is that we need to build up local capabilities from the healthcare itself. So it's not we're going to wait for the technology to arrive at the hospital, but we have to understand the technology ahead of time. So going back into the generalization, I think AI was designed to do one task, and it has to do that task efficiently. And what we are jumping into right now is that we are building this generic AI that's good enough for the diagnosis of this disease for all type of patients who've been trained in the US or in the Europe. I think that's a big issue. That's why we believe in King Faisal Hospital to the aim and the vision of the centers that we need to build up the trust, build up the capacity when it comes to data, and also the infrastructure needed to drive really solutions powered by AI.
So my comment on generalizability, I think that's the case in other tests, but I think one of the profound things about AI for me is that we could make it more localized if we invest in infrastructure to track the software. So for non-healthcare people, I'm going to draw the analogy to our favorite AI company to do that with is Tesla, right? And I would argue that Tesla's self-driving technology must be localized, because there are certain rules and regulations in different countries that are different. So if there's a Tesla in the UK and a Tesla in the US and a Tesla in Saudi, they must be localized for those regions. And they are using software infrastructure to manage those versions and those localizations. I think the same is probably true for healthcare, but there must be an investment in the let's call it DevOps, the deployment monitoring infrastructure, right? I think we've covered, I've got the clicker. I was saying next slide, but I've got the clicker. I think we've covered most of these. So we said patient safety risk. If you're not calibrated or over-predicting or under-predicting, you could cause harm. Model accuracy drift. So as the data changes, if I took a lab test, if I took your temperature, your body temperature doesn't drift so much. Maybe over 100 years, the body temperature has drifted. But if I'm taking a test, a lab test based on the data in your chart, that data changes minute by minute. So it's going to drift out of accuracy, and you have to keep those algorithms calibrated. We talked about bias, data security and privacy, which we understand from other industries, and then uninterpretable AI, so that gets to explainability. So I think we hit a lot of the risks. Let's get to our third question, which is what type of regulatory issues, if any, do we anticipate around machine learning and AI in healthcare? So to put it in context, also on my flight over to this conference, I sat next to the CEO of the company that is serving the robotic coffee outside. Fascinating conversation. We're going to have a healthcare conversation in the future. So it's another good thing about this conference is bringing some of us together. But their regulatory issues are different than healthcare. So what are we anticipating in healthcare? Have you any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think, and I do believe, that healthcare is complicated. That's because there is a process. There is a clinical process involved. So when I say, for example, I need the lab test to be arrived in order for the model to estimate the length of stay, for example, then we have to go back to the process. Whereas these labs have been taken, is it 24 hours prior to the admission? Is it within the admission? Is it within 10 hours of the admission? That's really complicated because it's not about the data, it's about the understanding the process. So honestly, from a machine learning background, I found that the data is associated with the context. And if you don't understand the context, then the data is irrelevant. So when it comes to regulations now, we can regulate and we can do a lot of licensing to the AI models. We can tell that this AI model is responsible and it's accurate. But the usage of the AI models has no kind of regulations because we have to know when and what and how, and do the people who use the AI model are trained to use it in the proper way.
Fair. Okay, good. So yeah, the way you use it, right, there could be a lot of variation in the way you use it. What about in the audience? What do you think about regulations and AI in healthcare? Either your thoughts about it or questions. Somebody in the back there, yep. Way in the back. Yeah, perfect.
Will it treat it like a medical product, some of the AI? Yeah. Will it go to the clinical trials? Which one will go to the clinical trials? Which one will not be?
Yeah, good. So, that is exactly what my next slides show. So you're right. Could it be treated as a medical device that requires clinical trials? So I would argue yes, it could. It could also not be. It depends on how invasive it is. So we could talk about different styles. But do we agree, I guess, that regulation is required with these devices? I think I'm seeing heads nodded. Are there examples of devices? Yes, somebody here. Examples of devices that don't require regulations that are healthcare devices? 1 second, Mike. Yep, so we can all hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Hi. I think we have a great example from the HIPAA regulations that give more privacy and idea about the AI and machine learning. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's referencing HIPAA regulations, which are regulations in the U.S. that have guidance around personal health information. That's right.
Exactly.
And then the regulatory bodies, so the Food and Drug Administration in the U.S., and then in Europe it's the GDPR process.
And
right.
also they have for the consumer is the CCPA.
Okay.
And
yes.
the next year they will active the CPRA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I used to ask this question, but the landscape has changed. The answer is yes, it has to be regulated. And there are now 300 or 400 AI diagnostic algorithms globally out there, at least 300 or 400. And they're all now going through getting FDA approval for the US, GDPR approval for Europe, all of these approvals. And so it's similar to the question that was asked on this side of the room is, how do you know who's liable for the practice or malpractice? Well, if the device is less explainable, then it must be regulated. And there has to be possibly some generalizability. There's some challenges with regulating AI, especially if you're localizing different versions. But yes, regulation is coming. So because the answer is a little bit obvious, we must regulate, I'm going to walk you through how I think AI diagnostics are very similar to the pharmaceutical and device market. So real briefly, if you can see today, and this gets to the other question we had when we asked, is this going to replace me? Well, it's a new tool. Today, if I want to treat a patient with chemistry, I package that in a pill, then I distribute that to a pharmacy, and the patient then ingests or injects the medicine. Well, today I can also treat you with physical hardware. I might package that in a pacemaker, I might distribute it to a surgical center, and the surgeon then implants it into the body. Well, what we are saying is coming now with AI software is the ability to diagnose or treat you with software. It must be packaged in something. So what does packaging mean in software? It means it's wrapped in a way that it's not dependent on the software that was used to build it. It can move around. It's contained in something. And then I have to distribute it either into the radiology workflow, where it can help with diagnosis, or the electronic health workflow, electronic health record workflow, where it can help with treatment, or to your personal device on your iPhone or your Android, where it can go direct to the consumer for preventative side. So these are new tools that are coming. Before I get into this, how do you actually see it come to market? Because somebody asked about clinical trials. Any thoughts about this comparison to pharmaceuticals?
Yeah, I think it's tough. At least from our experience in King Faisal Hospital is that again, we're going to use AI as an assistive tool. The clinical trials has a lot of randomness on the selection of the samples, etc. Yes, there are criteria, there are selection categories, there are specific profiling of every single patient. But we have seen a lot of investment when it comes to AI and a lot of outcomes when it comes to selecting the right population of patients who will likely be the right patients to be involved in that case. So if you see the clinical trials, for instance, only a few cases passed the level 3, and that's due to the fact that it's either the selection at the beginning was too complicated or wasn't the right population that drives the outcomes. And I believe if we go back all the way again, selection and analyzing the patterns of data and thousands of patient profiles in the database, I think that will be done using machine learning in a few seconds.
Yeah. So I'm going to convince you and everybody, hopefully, in the next few minutes, that there are a lot of parallels to pharmaceuticals. And you're right, not everything needs a clinical trial. So I had asked that question earlier. I'll give you an example of an AI application in healthcare that does not require clinical trials or even regulation. So there is a diet and nutrition application, an app on the phone called Noom, N-O-O-M. So what they do is they provide an app where you track your food, and they have a counselor that is watching what you track, and then that counselor can weigh in and counsel you on different food habits. There's no medical intervention. There is a competitor called Calibrate that includes medication. That one is regulated, obviously, because it includes medication. But even in the one that's unregulated, if you say, for example, I am binge eating, they will check and say, do you mean binge as in a medical diagnosis of a binge disorder? And that's where they stop. And if that's a yes, then they refer you to a doctor. But if you mean it in a casual way, that I ate too much, then they continue. So because they're very careful on drawing the line between going into something that a licensed professional would do and not, then they are unregulated. But when you cross the line into what a licensed professional would do, you start to get regulated. Now, I would argue that creating software AI in healthcare much closer to drug development processes than software processes. And I'm gonna walk you through that now. These are hard to read, so I'll talk you through it. But there's usually 5 places that you invest in to bring a pharmaceutical or a medical device to market. You invest in discovery and development, you invest in regulatory, you invest in operations, marketing and sales, and then medical affairs. In the discovery development phase, you start with either animal studies or small bench studies, and then you test it and you say, is there a signal here worth pursuing, a signal of efficacy that is relatively safe? And if so, you go to development, which means you test it broader. And you test it, if it's clinical trials, with a safety trial, then an efficacy trial, then a safety and efficacy trial at scale. If it passes that and there's a real signal for this drug or device, now you go to regulations and you say, I need to get approval to market my claim. So you go to the FDA, as we said over here, or the European GDPR process, and then you need reimbursement. So if I'm going to continue to scale this, will insurance or will the central ministry pay for it? If you get past that hurdle, you now have to manufacture at scale. So for pharmaceuticals and physical devices, that's a physical process, and there's regulations around manufacturing process. You still have to scale, but it's different for software. Once I scale, I need to get this product out there. So typically we see in pharma and device, I advertise the brand of the product. I advertise the disease category it's in. If you've ever seen those advertisements on TV, I will offer free samples or discounts for patients who can't afford it. And then the last is almost like, we call it support in a IT organization. They call it medical affairs in a medical organization. If I have questions as a doctor about the safety or efficacy, I need a scientist to answer those questions. I might need medical education around those questions. That's the last step. So what I'm going to argue now is these are the same steps that an AI diagnostic would have to go through if it is doing something a licensed professional would do. So you would do a discovery step on a small set of training data. So, and you may go in with one thing. You may go in saying, I want to detect lupus. Lupus takes on average 6 years to diagnose. I want to diagnose it in 1 year. And I go in, and one of the things I need to find out is, do they have peripheral neuropathy, which means the nerves in my limbs and toes are decaying. So how do I detect that? And I discover if they're wearing an Apple Watch or a Fitbit and I'm watching their steps, I can actually find a signal for peripheral neuropathy. Well, in my process, I'm not going to keep developing to the spec I started with. I'm going to run with this new detection system. That's why it's closer to discovery than it is software development. Then I go to a wider set of data, hopefully not 90% white European male, but it's localized for the region. And I then look for a bigger signal. So the clinical trial in the case that you mentioned might be using data, not actual patients, but it's the equivalent of doing that to produce a data set that will get regulatory approval, reimbursement approval, and then operations is about, in our question here, deploying at scale and being able to, just like in physical product, if there's a patient safety issue, I need to recall it. How do I do a product recall on software? That has to be built into the infrastructure. Marketing and sales, we said creating awareness around the product. Free sample. So what does a free sample look like in software? Well, we've all used software that offers free trial until you're comfortable with it and then you can use it. A lot of AI startups are starting to offer free trials in order to get people to start to use their algorithms. A lot of parallels to that. And then we should anticipate we're going to need some support. I'm going to need a data scientist who can answer questions about the safety or effectiveness of this algorithm. I'm going to have independent data scientists who want to study it. I'm going to have medical education around using this algorithm. A lot of parallels. So one of the objectives was to talk about how does partnership work. Well, if I am a health system and I am a product company, we probably would partner like this. So now I'm going to ask if I convinced you that these are similar.
I think you touched on a really interesting aspect, Tanuj. I think I would just, on the discovery, but for example, today we do have a Center of Genomes, for example. We do sequence a lot of genes, over 250,000 of them. The variance between the drug's effects and the doses that's been prescribed is really phenomena. You can understand that the side effects can be proven by using a simple advanced analytics that this type of population, they react usually positively to small doses versus those kind of population where the opposite. So I think you did.
Good. So I've convinced Mohammed. I'm hoping I've convinced some of you that there's some parallels. And I think, that what I anticipate happening is we know how to deal with pharmaceuticals. And I almost anticipate now, if I'm a health system and there are 15 different chest X-ray algorithms out there, I'm going to need an AI formulary that says I'm only going to allow these 4 or 5 for cost reasons, just like we have drug formularies in health systems. The one more slide to convince you that I think this is the case is this is a company called Click Therapeutics. Now, Click Therapeutics got $47 million in investment from venture capital firms. That's on par with venture capital. But look at the investment they got from pharmaceutical companies, $800 million US, which is way more than you see in the venture capital space. But it is normal for drug companies because the clinical trial step is expensive with patients. And if you look at the image that I show up there, from their website, they are modeling their software pipeline like a drug pipeline. And their software, the first one up there, Clickatine, is a smoking cessation software app. So their claim with the FDA is that if you download the app and you're quitting smoking, using that app in the first 30 days, you're less likely to relapse than if you didn't use that app. So very similar to drug development, and they're getting funding like a drug company. So hopefully that convinces you that this is a likely model for how we see safety, efficacy being regulated for AI algorithms. Let's go to a fourth question. So we this was your question with the radiologist, yes. Will it replace clinicians or part of clinicians' role? Why or why not? Your thoughts, and then we'll open this question up not just to answering this question, but any other questions you have.
All right, I think this question is really tough to have a simple answer, but I think the technology will always be there, whether it's in the healthcare, whether it's in the other industries, including the banking, for example, because a lot of AI models today do a lot of the stock market exchange and then does all the purchases of transaction, making those transactions based on the investment. So I think the goal is, and it would be specifically in healthcare, is as an assistive tools, as I mentioned. But what is more important is that if we think about the administrative process, AI have done extremely great when it comes, for example, automating a lot of processes. Coding, for example, automation the coding and sequencing of the diagnoses is done using machine learning. When it comes, for example, the simple prioritization of surgeries, when it comes, for example, the length of stay. Today in KFSH, in King Faisal Specialist Hospital, a lot of surgeries being cancelled on the same day. That due to the unavailability of beds in ICU. Why is that? Because this surgery need a possibility to be transferred to ICU. And guess what? If we analyzed and we build up a model to estimate the length of stay for every single patient in ICU, then there will be some kind of, at least some kind of insight to tell us that for this patient, because they need an ICU bed, then let's schedule that surgery on that day instead of the other day. So that would save lives. yes, we did not use it as a diagnosis tool. We did not use it as a medical tool, but I think this is where the future would be, is helping as an assistive tool rather than replacing physicians.
Yeah, let's open it up to questions to this, your thoughts here, or even questions, any questions you have. Yes, up here, and then we'll go in the back.
Well, thank you so much for the enlightening interactive session. So I'm going to use the pandemic again. So similar to how the pandemic really highlighted and focused the importance of AI, it's the same example how people were really in need to go back to in-person interaction with their physicians. So something that a lot of patients and individuals sort of missed during the pandemic is the empathy with their physicians. So although AI has a great role in the healthcare system, but it's empathy that is really a unique component that can only be secured with the doctor-patient relationship.
Yeah, that's an important point. That we are worried about AI replacing humans, but the most human aspect is it's not the completing tasks part. It is the empathy and interaction with each other. So maybe, there's lots of futures possible, but maybe one positive is that it emphasizes the personal interaction more when you've got tools like this handling some of the tasks. Yeah, that's good. In the back, and then we'll come to the front.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Osama Al-Shamari from King Fahd Medical City. Now, I came to this session with a big question in my mind, and I'm hoping to look for the answer from you, especially in your position and your experience in artificial intelligence and healthcare. Now, there is no doubt that AI can bring an immense benefits to the healthcare, especially the healthcare sector is very complex, where many stakeholders and players are in place. So harnessing those complex data to get unprecedented insights, it's no-brainer, definitely. And we've been talking about the benefits of AI in healthcare since, I would say, a decade from now. Now, when the COVID hits, it was a really special case in our lifetime, where all human minds, efforts, all the governments, all the funding were converged to tackle one single problem, which happens to be a health problem, the pandemic. And the eye were turned to the AI to answer one single question: when this pandemic is predicted to be, or when this pandemic will be end. And during that time, I remember there were a few efforts were circulating, or results were circulating among people that the pandemic, according to the AI-based models, it was predicted to be ends in few months, like 3 to 6 months. And personally, I had faith in this answer, because I thought we already have super powerful computers. And as I mentioned, all the efforts, all the data, all the great bright minds converge to one single problem. And obviously, AI had terribly failed to answer this question. Now, again, from your experience in AI and healthcare, and when you look retrospectively, how do you evaluate what humans have done with AI during the COVID? And another answer, or another way, what was the AI role have played to that help human to overcome or tackle this kind of pandemic? Because personally, I believe there is no good answer to that.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. So you raise a point that we pushed AI to help us during the pandemic, and it failed in predicting the end of the pandemic. So and I think that's correct. I think the way I would look at it is the way we look at weather prediction. We accept that weather prediction is not 100% accurate. What we accept is that when you are predicting the weather, it increases the probability of that situation occurring. So if I see that it's going to rain tomorrow, there's a high probability of rain, but there are often times when I'm surprised it doesn't rain tomorrow, or it rains earlier or after. But having the prediction is better than not having the prediction, because it gives me some sense of preparedness. I suspect the same is going to be true for things like pandemics. We know it's true for earthquakes, for hurricanes, things like that. So I think we have to adjust our expectation to say the tools we have increase the probability of something coming true, but nature's wild. I mean, we don't know. Maybe when there's, I hope there's not a lot of pandemics, but if there were, the AI could train on the variables that are in a pandemic. Maybe there's a correlation with how fast it replicates, with how long it'll take for it to go away. That's one variable I could think of. The models can get better, but I don't think we should ever expect 100%. Now, I would even argue in healthcare, we don't expect 100% predictability from blood tests today. We have a sensitivity and a specificity to every healthcare test we do. So I think we have to adjust our expectations that way. I think we said you next, and then we'll come to you. Yeah.
Thank you again. It's just a follow-up question on the framework that you have mentioned, that that AI algorithms would probably follow a similar pathway in the approvals, such as pharmaceuticals or medical device. Just wondering on the marketing aspect, on the marketing piece, your typical customers would be in the pharma or in medical devices would be your typical patients, physicians, nurses, and physician assistants. Who would be your typical customer in an AI algorithm that you're trying to push into the market?
Yeah. So it depends on the type of AI. So if it's AI for diagnosis or treatment, it's going to be the clinician. And I would argue AI diagnostics in imaging is one of the most exciting things in imaging recently. So the people you are likely selling to is going to be the radiology department. And then, I alluded to cost control. There's going to be some sort of formulary of what AI do we allow as a radiology department, what we don't allow. Now, for a company like the one I work for, we must allow all of it on our infrastructure. If you're using our packs, you should be able to download any AI algorithm that has regulatory approval in your market. So that infrastructure localization problem we mentioned, we have to work on that problem. We have no choice. But then the startup companies would be working on the best AI algorithm for, let's say, reading a CT brain, and they are trying to compete on brand and on feature set with the others. So I think it's still similar. It's going to be the clinicians. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, too many good questions. I think I will just touch on the idea of the AI, why it's failed. Yeah. I think this is really important. So the key is that all the artificial intelligence today is not the super AI that can solve the problem of the world. Remember that machine learning is about analyzing historical data. And we have no precedent cases where this pandemic has started a long time ago. And the thing is, the AI today that we have is artificial intelligence, but it's weak. And what we are looking for, or what, as you're referring to, is this kind of super intelligence where it can adapt different kind of domain, understand everything else. So they're giving us the sign that the time is out. So I'm going to stop at this moment, but thank you.
Okay, so time's up. We'll take your question offline when we get off stage. Yeah, but again, I want to thank everybody for the time. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. Whether you're in healthcare or not, it's very exciting to be in AI in every field, especially healthcare. So I hope you're excited too. Thank you.
And a little bit about a methodology that's worked successfully when it comes to AI ethics and certification. On the stage today, I have Martin, Melissa, and Gilles. I'll give them all an ability to introduce themselves as well, and then we'll get right into it.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming, everybody. My name is Martin Sabeck. I'm right now the CTO Digital Service in TÜV Süd. We are doing everything related to AI assessment, AI conformity assessment. So if you want to have market access, that is what we can help you with. We will talk more about all the details in this panel.
And thank you, everyone, for having us here. My name is Melissa Aranza Mendez. I am the Emerging Opportunities Senior Manager at the IEEE Standards Association. And I oversee, along with this team, the development of the IEEE certified program.
Hello, my name is Gilles Fayad. I'm working with Alpesh and Melissa as an advisor on the AI side of things for basically AI in smart cities for people, so it's mostly human-centric, as well as on the AI ethics side.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And today, Melissa is also one of our experts in our methodologies, and Martin will be sharing a little bit about the use cases that TÜV Süd Singapore has been considering, and Gilles very relevantly from the perspective of the smart cities. But before we dive right into that, let me just share a little bit about the IEEE, as it's very legible here. The IEEE is a global organization, including a standardization organization that has a number of standards also in the field of AI, ethics, and certification elements. Most of you may be aware of the organization from the Wi-Fi standard. The 802 standard actually comes from the IEEE. But that's not why you're here. You're here to learn a little bit more about certification and pragmatic use cases. So you've probably heard multiple times over the course of today alone, and you'll hear it many more times over the next few days, the idea of the digital transformation as the driver for AI and the driver behind the quantum and VR, AR, and sort of all of these technologies. And as this continues to move forward, and I'm just going to move, yeah, you'll notice that naturally there would be opportunities that emerge out of these challenges. And I'm sure many of you have already started to consider some of these from your cases. Yes, there's those that are around efficiency gains and market access and things of that nature, but at the same time, what you'll see is that the introduction of algorithmic systems starts to play a greater and greater role. And we heard in the previous talk as well about the drive of data being incredibly important when we considered COVID-19 and addressing that. At the same time, what comes along with these growth are a series of challenges. And already you see it from the font size here. But also what I would note is that all of these examples up here are real-world examples of what has happened when we haven't taken into account these ideas of AI governance, AI ethics. And so it's incredibly important because in the beginning, if you look at even the transparency case, here it was a case of an algorithmic system was being used to determine not only the test scores of students as the school year was cut short, but also what universities then they might be able to get into, because there were serious ramifications all the way downstream. And you could imagine that having a real effect on the likelihood of someone's not only career, but livelihood going with it. On the front of AI accountability, there was the use of algorithmic systems for loans. And what ended up happening was that in the issuance of those loans, a number of people were denied loans because there was faulty data on the back end. That faulty data actually tied back to some criminal identifications of people falsely. And that led to a number of folks not only going bankrupt, but some loss of life along with that. So this is very serious. It's not just the idea of AI ethics as a nice idea, but there's real lives at stake. You see it also on the front of city governance. Gilles will talk a little bit about this later. But these points of bias, governance, these will come up. But copyright is also a big issue. And as you think about it from both a commercial perspective, but as you think about more and more the use of AI interactions, especially on commercial sides, you also need to recognize what is IP, what is your IP, and what is IP that's been generated as a result of these algorithms, and who owns it, and who's accountable for it. So when we talk about this idea of AI ethics, AI governance, it's so much bigger than some of what you might hear or see traditionally. And this was one of the key aspects we wanted to make sure we pointed out. And what you're seeing here just very quickly is that in the market itself, there are demand drivers that are then resulting, right? So for example, companies have a capacity development challenge then. When you start to think about introduction of AI ethics, AI governance systems. And so where do you find the talent? Where do you find these expertise? And how do you know, especially when there haven't been proven examples shown? It's very tricky, right? How do you know? What is the ethics of determination of that? It has also been shown that when you look at the issue, which is also very relevant to both cities and companies, is the idea of procurement. And when you think about even systems that you're purchasing, you have to make sure that your organization is well trained to understand the types of systems you're intaking, but also that it's aligned with their values and perspectives. And so the idea of AI governance is actually very pervasive across an entity. It's not meant to reside in one person. That knowledge has to spread across the organization. It has to be understood, has to be practiced in that way. Because it's only through those actions that is the manifestation of it being realized in the marketplace. And the challenge then comes up is that when that manifestation runs into policy, you have a real problem if you're not compliant. How do you demonstrate compliance to AI ethics or AI governance if you don't know where to begin? You'll see already there's 53 national AI strategies, and that's, I think, a year or two old data. And you'll see on the left-hand side a number of regulations that are coming out that will have real ripple effects as well. And I'm going to ask Martin just to speak a little bit to the AI Act, because that's one that will have ripple effects in many different ways.
Yeah, thanks so much. Can I get a quick show of hands? Anybody has heard about the EU AI Act already? All right. It's about half the room, which is already good news, because the AI Act is going to be enforced in less than 3 years. So it's a huge impact for the entire AI industry and the entire AI ecosystem. So what is inside there? First of all, it adopts a risk-based approach. It does not want to hamper innovation. All the AI applications that have low risks are not subject to any of the more stringent requirements in it. But on level 2 or 3, that is transparency risk or high-risk AI applications, which include things like healthcare applications, any application where you can get physically hurt or which have societal impact, then you're more subject to stringent requirements that include independent third-party assessment. So what are some of the requirements? Things like documentation. What is your AI system supposed to do? Things like transparency. Do your subjects know that they are being judged by an AI system? Right? Things like bias, fairness, human oversight, right? Fundamental human rights. So there's a lot of requirements in there that are then specified through standardization. So, and there, all of this comes together, which makes it practical for a company to comply to that, right? And if I once more summarize, where do those requirements come from? I mean, we talked about trustworthy AI. What does it boil down to? It boils down to, is the AI doing what it's supposed to do, what you expect it to do? And where do these expectations come from, right? It comes from your corporate culture, your value system. It comes from the regulations, right? And ultimately it comes from industry best practices. And if you put those together, it actually you have a path towards market entry. Because in the future, if you were to serve with your AI system a European citizen or are operating in the European Union bounds, you're subject to it. And what we expect to happen, to have a very similar effect as the GDPR. It will have impact on all the legislation around the world, right? We see major blocks forming, US, Europe, and China, and most of the countries follow the regulations inside those blocks. And we have seen also that the US and Europe are very much aligned in what they're doing. So keep an eye on what is in the AI Act, because it will influence your business. It actually has the power to disrupt the business as you're doing it today. A lot of companies don't even know that they use AI actively. Look at the definition of what AI is. Even statistical methods, linear regression, analytic methods fall under the AI regulation. Last point I would like to make, how it's being set up. So there's a lot of existing regulations in sectorial, right? For example, regulations automotive, regulations in the medical device, regulations in manufacturing and safety, right? AI Act is designed to be horizontal on top. Whatever your application is, you still have to comply with your industry verticals and then just add on the layer of AI. And then you're done. So then you have market access. So, and then you can actually outpace your, competition.
Thank you, Martin. The one other point which I just want to make here to add to what Martin said is that there's an emphasis also on human in the loop. So what does this mean to have a human in the loop? It means that there's an ability for somebody to step in and pull the kill switch to stop a process from moving forward if something were to happen. You know, if things are lining up for something negative to happen that could affect your company, your customers, the world outside, there's someone there who understands enough to be able to do that well. And so part of the regulations that are coming out across the board are pushing for this element. It's a critical one. So I wanted to just take a minute and actually see from the group here, what does trustworthy AI mean to this audience here? Trustworthiness carries a lot of context and perspectives. I'd love to hear from the group. I have one person right here, Lloyd, if you wouldn't mind.
I guess one basis I'd like to base my trustworthiness of AI on is to hopefully see it rid of bias, because that's an inherent problem with classifiers that are particularly dealing with language and taking factors such as culture. So a trustworthy AI to me would be one that's bias-free, or at least has a very limited amount of bias in it.
Thank you.
The AI result must be, no worry. The AI result must be explainable. If it is explainable, then it is trustworthy by the way.
Okay, so explainable, bias reduction.
So yeah, I always make a difference between doing the right things and doing things right. So ethical AI for me is a strategic question. Doing the right things, is it creating a better world? That's the question, is it ethical? And then doing things right is the implementation side. So saying, is it transparent? Is it explainable? Is it privacy protecting? Is it free of bias? And is it robust? So all these factors on what does it actually mean on the technical implementation side to get the outcome that we expected, or that not that we expected, but the right outcome.
And one last one in the back.
To me, before we can trust AI, we must understand how reliable the results we are getting are, so that we can actually trust the outcome that comes from it.
For me, trustworthy AI means that if somebody encounters technology, there's a place to go that they can raise their hand to say, I don't trust this. And I would like to see if the IEEE could be a place that people could actually report in issues, because otherwise, who knows? There may be so many instances, but then nobody has any place to report it.
Okay. Just as I'm getting the sign, what you're seeing back here, this is very small font, and just a message for everyone, if you can't hear, or if you want to make use of the translation service, please make use of the headphones. There's also a noise canceling element to it. Okay, so in bold, I just want to highlight several of the points that reflect what many of you shared, from explainability to bias to understanding the output in a clear manner. And when you see the names of the organizations here, you know that they have to commit to it, given just the pure scale of what they're working on. So points of unintended consequences, ethical practices ingrained into systems, and even the point of rigor of implementation of technical experiences, values-driven. These are points also to consider when you think about your product going to market, right? Much of the language you hear here is about that. But at the same time, when you think about this and you look at it from the customer's viewpoint, they don't want to engage with a product or service that's going to do any more harm than the last interaction they had with you. And this new innovation that you have, that you're providing them, it should be not just incrementally better, but significantly better. Because why else should they be willing to engage with you and have that trust relationship? And so we did a quick check on how folks thought about trustworthy AI, but what are the AI risks that this audience feels exist? What worries you the most when you hear about AI systems coming to a chatbot or a system? Let's give him a chance back there. Lloyd, would you mind giving him the mic? And then we'll come back to the gentleman here.
Hi, Jason Eisen from U2, a decentralized trust company. Generally, I'm concerned about centralization of anything to do with the trustworthy AI and privacy data, how that privacy actually matriculates through the whole system.
Great, thank you, Jason. And Munir, would you mind, please? Oh, you got to go.
I guess one inherent risk that we have with our over-implementation of AI is us eventually reaching a point where we're over-dependent on it. And at that stage, as one of the people had mentioned before, it will reach a stage where it's sort of inexplicable and suddenly starts to become unreliable. And at that stage, we've built sort of all of our systems on it. And since the foundation of all these systems is now starting to shake, I guess our over-dependence is going to reveal itself in sorts of many consequences.
Yeah, it's a great point. Munir, you have someone in the back there as well? That's an important point raised. The soil upon which you grow things will net that result.
Yeah, exactly. So when AI takes a different course from the one which it started, so when it maximizes something on the basis of other things.
And one more, Munir. We have just one more, gentleman.
Yeah. Sorry. So I believe the most important thing is there is no human in the loop. This is the much risk thing in AI system when it comes to industry. So there always need to be a human in the loop in the development and in the implementation of the AI system. So this is one of the most significant risks, I would say.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And as Martin mentioned, one of the points that comes up very strongly in some of the impending regulations as well. What I wanted to show up here is, I don't know if everyone can see this, but you'll see from a McKinsey survey here that was done just last year amongst a majority of companies, you'll see that the three major points that they have are actually very much what the audience here shared. You look at it from the point of regulatory compliance, the socio-technical elements, and then organizational reputation. And so the natural question is, you've heard about several use cases, you've heard about some of these challenges from the audience, you've heard about what trustworthy AI should look like. And the question is, that's great, but where do you go from here? If you actually wanted to start today, and as you saw earlier, digital transformation is moving, AI implementations are moving. So how do you catch up with the innovation while still ensuring that the implementations that you're both testing and maybe putting out are something that your customers or your audience is willing to still interact with? I'm just going to skip over that. I'm going to share on this slide, what you'll see is that there are several approaches already being taken in the marketplace. And I'm going to ask Melissa to just talk a little bit about the work that's going on within the training programs that are being run around these certified aspects and how it might even tie back to some of the aims of hiring, internal orientations, and external commitments.
So IEEE certified can help organizations build capacity. And so if you are interested in gaining awareness or more intelligence on AI ethics, we have offerings for you that can help you do so. As well, IEEE Certified has an assessor training program that can help you become an expert in preparing your organizations for AI ethics readiness. So just in case, or in the event that these regulations that Martin had mentioned come to fruition, which we are thinking it's going to be soon, you are at least ready and prepared with an assessment and with a risk profile.
Thank you, Melissa. So the point, the major takeaway is that there are principles, there are policies, there's a number of soft norms that are out there as well. And as you think about from a training perspective, one of the biggest criteria isn't the certification alone. It's actually building up the internal capabilities so you understand if you're working on something that's high risk, that you know how to address it. If it's something that's low risk, it's a toothbrush with AI in it, there's a much lower likelihood of concern. But if it's something that falls into the high-risk categories, the AI Act highlights a few from a European perspective, then you absolutely want to have the ability internally to conduct the audits, to understand. So before you even go into those interactions with test labs, assessors, you know what you're getting into. You can explain clearly how your business works in relation to these criteria set. And what you've done just by going through that process is about 3 steps that the AI Act is already asking you to do. Documentation, clear accountability assignments, and then building towards transparency. So these are some of the things to think about. And what we're sharing here really is sort of just a basic way to even think about it. And this is very high level, it's very basic, but it doesn't actually need to be that much more complex than what you see here, right? The first is just understanding the readiness of your organization in relation to these AI system implementations, and as you think about it, even from an AI ethics and governance perspective. The second is around being able to understand the gaps that emerge between your current state organization and the vision that your organization is looking to meet in this new environment. And then along with that, it's understanding the risks that you have to address, your risk mitigation techniques, your approaches, along with programs and et cetera, and your investment approaches. And then finally, it's determining how to communicate this to the marketplace in a clear way, whether it's through a certification or another means. What you're seeing on the right hand, or I guess the left hand side here, are the resources that the IEEE has available today. Most of them are free Creative Commons access that you can download as part of your forward path. And you'll see here is the AI Ethics Readiness Framework from our ethically aligned design for business work. And this framework was designed by a host of corporations that came together to identify how to move forward. The point is that basically, again, it's very, very straightforward, lagging, basic, advanced, and leading. And this just gives you an ability to quickly say, where are we with a quick litmus test, and then get a sense of where do we want to be? And where do we need to be in relation to the markets that we're in, or the groups that we're working with? Secondly, Martin mentioned this point of standards playing a critical role. And one of the standards that we have a pretty good sense is going to be applied in a number of these areas of the world is this 7,000 standard. And the reason why I'm noting this is because one of the critical aims as you go to deploy AI systems, and you consider from an ethical perspective, is you start thinking about it at the design phase and the pre-design phase instead of at the implementation phase. And when you start to do that, and then you also introduce an AI governance board, let's say, you then start to work towards developing de-risking mechanisms to mitigate the likelihood of a solution going out to market that presents issues. The process in detail is there, but it's an eye chart. This one other one I'll note, and I note in big letters, is human well-being. And in our life at IEEE, if you came to us 6 years ago, you would never find this in the work. But our community saw that this was something that needed to be addressed. And it was really through their work that there was an active push towards human-centric design, that you saw 200 different principles emerge around the world. You saw the AI Act even make use and reference a lot of the work here. And it pulled a lot of our community into those dialogues because of the importance of accessing that expertise, which isn't so readily available around the world. And so what came along with that was the importance of having vetted experts that understand how to consider this human-centric design, human-centric implementations. And this document was their first byproduct. Out of this work, And it's been translated into multiple languages around the world now, and it's completely Creative Commons. It's free. Anyone can download it right now and use it. The point here is that as your organization begins to think about how do we move in this direction, there's a critical set of questions that already start to help guide you. You know, to solve the right problem, you have to start asking the right questions. And within this framework, there's a host of these to make use of. I mentioned procurement earlier, and this point on organizational governance will only grow in importance. This is one of the most single important elements, in addition to your implementation, that is to be taken not only seriously because you have to think about the right balance, composition, and reflection before these things come to market. And so there's a group of experts working on that standard at the moment as well. And there's a host of great standards we have there. I won't spend any more time looking at those. But I wanted to highlight one other thing. AIE, we've been talking about in the framework of AI ethics. It also functions for us as a part of our training. A is around awareness, I is around intelligence, and E is around expertise. On the stage today, we have 2 experts already in our certified process. We have Martin and we have Melissa. And I do highly encourage you to take some time to speak with them about how to think about implementing in relation to a certification schematic. There's also free training that we'll share all the links to with everyone through the organizers. So certified is something that's been mentioned multiple times here. It's about our AI ethics certification program. And what's different about this is that it's only a small step. It's not an entire new system you have to learn. It's based on risk management approaches, and it's the utilization of a criteria set. There's over 800 of them, tied around 4 or 5 different contextualized documents. And also, at the moment, they are now being applied for the areas of autonomous vehicles, and there's also work going around e-health systems, and also in the space of children's data governance. So this is more about our process here, and the aspect here that I just wanted to note, we spoke about having an AI governance board within your own organizations. Also in relation to the work from a certified assessment, there is a panel that sits there to take in and review any of the assessments done by any of our assessors. And that's a really critical point because that's an additional bias review. And it's also an additional element that makes sure the contextualization is being done correctly. So the wrong weights are not being applied incorrectly. So I'm going to ask Melissa to talk about a real use case because a lot of this has been sort of high level. But with the city of Vienna last year, we helped to certify a very specific use case for them that Melissa, who is directly involved in, can speak to. And I'm going to ask Martin then to talk a little bit about some of the use cases TÜV Süd, Singapore, is looking at as things move forward. And then I'd like to show you a real-world example of an organization that has taken these principles to heart and is a major organization, and share a little bit about how they've done it. So, Melissa?
Okay, so we had conducted a pilot of IEEE certified and the implementation of it with the city of Vienna. Just a little background on the city of Vienna. So in particular, their public utilities department. They are a world-class, intelligent city. Their public services department has a customer base of over 2 million residents of the city of Vienna and the surrounding areas. Now, the primary way that the customers communicate with the municipality and the public utility is via email. And so the organization basically receives maybe up to 1,000, maybe more, emails per day. So they had come to us with a request to assess their email classification system that they were building that to solve the problem of this volume, because at the time it was they had one employee handle the 1,000 emails per day, which basically allowed that person to scan through an email for maybe 30 seconds and classify it manually. So they built an email classification system, and they came to us to try to determine its ethicality. And so we applied the IEEE certified methodology based on the criteria, and it consists of 4 steps, basically. The inquiry process, where the assessors try to understand the system completely and the organization around it. There is a risk profiling step where an ethical impact index is derived based on the human values that are affected by the AI system, and also what impact the AI system has on those human values. And from there, you derive the criteria set and also the criteria suite. And then comes an assessment where the organization builds a case for ethics with the help of an assessor. And once the assessor makes a recommendation for certification, it's submitted to a certifier, and the certifier then validates it independently. So the outcome of this was a certificate that was awarded to recognize that the system was able to meet the criteria that was specified. So, you want to pass it to you?
About the cities. So, just the city of Vienna example is just an example of how a city is trying to apply a service to its citizens. So it's very human-centric, because these are services for citizens. These are less about IoT-based services in a smart city environment, and more about the services that you deliver for the citizens in the city. And these services, now that they integrate an AI component, basically integrate a decision-making component, which traditionally has been performed by a human. And so how do you make sure that the AI is going to behave in a way that is correct, fair, transparent, accountable, and in line with the values of the citizens? So if you try to address the problem this way, and what you have is a solution that has an AI component, it's very hard to know, where do I start from? So you can look at the AI solution itself that you have either developed or picked from someone off the shelf, from a provider, a solution provider. And you can go so far in terms of deciding how much of this solution in itself is ethical. But that doesn't answer the question that we have in terms of how do we make sure that we are offering an ethical service, not only at the development stage, because it has been developed with methodologies that help you be ethical from an AI perspective, not only from an implementation stage, but also for an operational stage. Because at the process level, it will tell you how do you develop your software. It will not tell you how do you run your organization. What do you need to have in your organization, like the gentleman was saying, in terms of having a person, a human in the loop, to make sure that the service behaves as it should behave? What is it that you need to have at all the levels in the solution, and how can you verify the quality of what comes out? Not just because you have followed the process, which is necessary, but it's not sufficient. Not just because you have assessed a level of risk, which is important because without that level of risk, you don't know if you can deliver it. But how can you ensure that the people are treated the way they should be within their ethical values? And for that, what you do at that point is that you need to be able to measure the outcomes of your solutions. And measuring the outcomes of the solution is part of the certified process that Melissa was mentioning. So that certification process is one by which you build the evidence of how you are working according to the criteria that you think are important for your use case. The gentleman was talking about the ability to explain the result of a solution. This is explainability is part of transparency. And if you delve into it, you might have 200 or 300 sub-criteria that you need to focus on in order to be able to answer these questions. And all of these questions, that 200 or 300 questions, are basically what helps you build your case, build your demonstration, your evidence that your solution, and the verification that your solution is indeed ethical. And this is the process you go through. You do it with an assessor, and then once you and the assessor, who is an expert in the domain, is able to say, okay, this looks good, it's not enough. At that point, what you have is self-assessment, is what you consider is good enough by yourself. But this is not maybe good enough from another person's perspective that you might not have taken into consideration, or from a person who doesn't know who you are in the first place to decide that it is ethical. So what you need is an independent verification of that process, and this is where you have a certification body that comes in and says that the process is certified. At that point, how do you make sure? Because trustworthiness is really about the ability for people to trust machines, right? How am I going to be able to trust that service? How do you make sure that the people who are going to use the service feel comfortable with that? And this is where you basically offer them a mark of certification. This is a mark, it's a label that tells them that this product has been verified to comply as it is supposed to comply, as it was designed to comply. And this is basically what the certified process is about.
Right. Thank you. Actually, I just want to add just 2-3 words from a TÜV Süd perspective as well. So now we have heard about a very successful case, the city of Vienna. They have an AI system that works, right? They succeeded with AI. So all in this audience, I think we want to succeed with AI, right? Or is anybody here who don't want to succeed with AI? I don't think so, right? So that's exactly what TÜV Süd is doing. We are helping companies succeed with AI. What does it mean? That the AI system has quality, as Jill just explained, right? Once you have the quality, you satisfy all your stakeholders' expectations. The citizens from City of Vienna or the officials, everybody is happy with it. And now they have a certificate, a mark to prove it. And this one has trust in it, instilled in it. IEEE, as the trust anchor, as the oversight of the criteria, they instill that trust. So if you have an AI system that needs to satisfy your stakeholders' expectation, meet your stakeholders' expectation, and have a label on it that they can trust. And that is also what TÜV Süd is doing. So if we break down AI quality, that is the thing that you want to have, AI quality. How many of you have actually thought about what does it mean? And we as a service company can actually help you breaking it down. And we have a framework, defined it into 6 pillars. Safety, security, ethics, very important one, legal compliance, performance of the system, and the sustainability. 6 pillars that make up quality, very well defined. And then inside these pillars, you have individual characteristics. So now, when you go through that, you can actually show to all your customers that you have met their expectations. What does it do? They don't need to become AI experts anymore, right? They have an easy way to see that your AI system conforms to their expectations. Expectations can be regulatory compliance, right? can be just your stakeholders, your customers' expectations. This is what you want to have. And that is what it means to succeed with AI, right? You don't sink any more funds into AI projects that fail. You have successes. What Melissa just said, the city of Vienna case is a lighthouse, right? A very successful use case of artificial intelligence, and we hope that all of you will also succeed with your AI systems.
Thank you, Martin. So we have many more words, but I think the point it's a good point to summarize on, and perhaps even share a bit of good news with everyone as well. Is this idea of AI ethics, of having quality solutions for your customer, this idea of trustworthiness. The most important thing I'd like everyone to just walk away with is that it is doable. It is achievable. So if you walk away with at least that in your mind, that getting to a trustworthy AI implementation is feasible, that's the big win here. We have tools, we have services, we have great ecosystem partners, and we're happy to help anyone that's asking for help. But at the same time, we don't want anyone who is encountering now all these changes in the world and dynamics being impressed upon their implementations to all of a sudden feel that it's not feasible. It can be done. The City of Vienna has shown it can be done, and we believe that you can do it as well. So along those lines, what I wanted to also just share with folks is, and I'm going to ask Andreas to come up here with me as well. So we're very pleased to also announce, sure, come on up. Very exciting, that we're working very closely with TÜV Süd Singapore to help bring trustworthy AI a reality to you. And so what that means is that we're teaming together to better understand how the expertise that Martin shared and the certified expertise and criteria that were shared earlier by Melissa and Gilles can be applied to helping you solve your problems in a very pragmatic, practical, and methodological way. Andreas?
Just a few words. Really exciting. First time we talk about this very strategic partnership. And the complementary part is really the value proposition we bring on the table. IEEE came from the ethical part. TÜV Süd is a safety company, right? We make sure that cars are reliable, security is in place, technical systems are reliable. And we put these different aspects together into a framework which is not only comprehensive, but it's also pragmatic. It's available, so if you come to us tomorrow, you have a problem or a specific AI product, and you want to either sell it to Europe in the next 3 years, or you have certain safety requirements in mind, or you want to prove a certain value, ethical value, we can give you basically the specific requirements actually after an assessment, requirements you need to meet so that you can comply or achieve the overall targets. And this, I think, is a very compelling collaboration here to really put these two competences together. So really exciting, and it's really the first time we share this officially. And very soon we are on the next AI Summit to share much more about this collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you.
With that, we're happy to take any questions the audience may have. Okay. Then we've done our job. Everyone feels they can take it forward from here. That's wonderful. That's the best thing to clap about. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, so if you have any individual questions, please come forward. We will stay here a couple of minutes, and then we can share some of the experiences that we had with startup companies, with some of the MNCs that went through AI quality. So feel free. We are still here to answer your questions.
أهلا بكم حضورنا الكريم. مساء مبارك حافل بالعلم والمعرفة، مساء يحدون فيه ما نراه اليوم إلى مستقبل مشرق لنا ولأبنائنا ولخير البشرية. نحن في مجمع الملك سلمان العالمي للغة العربية نتشرف بصفتنا شريكا معرفيا أن نقدم هذه الجلسة العلمية التي نناقش فيها محورا أساسيا هو بناء مصادر البيانات اللغوية العربية والمعالجة الآلية للغة العربية، ويأتي ذلك مع اهتمام المجمع بجمع البيانات اللغوية العربية ذات الجودة العالية وصناعتها وإتاحتها للمستفيدين من المتخصصين في العربية
provided to the specialist. This session will be presented with the alignment with Sadaya and Arabic language. In case you need any interpretation, you will find it on your seats. Your Excellencies, Dr. Mansour Al-Ghamdi and Dr. Mahsen Athbeti, welcome in this panel session. We will start with Dr. Mansour about the most important challenge in building database, linguistic database. From your point of view, Dr. Mansour, what is the most important or the most crucial challenge in collecting the Arabic, especially Arabic language database? At the beginning, thank you so much for you, Doctor, and for King Salman Center and its staff and especially Dr. Abdullah Al-Washmi. I will start with the difficulties that the researchers may find in the scientific research. These scientific research may consist of some difficulties, but these difficulties, I find it in the language especially is a very difficult for some reasons, because the computing in the language is needs two kind of people. One is a specialist, either one specialist in the computer and the other one specialist in the language, Arabic language, and we do not have either this or nor that. And in the Arab universities now, the sections or departments that specialize in or the majors that specialize in the Arabic language major is not giving the attention that is supposed to be received by the community and the other and the science in general. There are some and in case we in the industry field there is no much they do not pay attention to the Arabic language. How to solve this issue, and we need to rebuild or rearrange our curricula in the universities. When the person is having this kind of majors, they're supposed to have a bachelor in Arabic or in computer science and a master in either computer science and Arabic language. So having the same path or same, we need this mixture so we can have a benefit and we can use the language and using the computer. And I think this is one of the most important challenges. Doctor, is that the the Arabic, the building linguistic data or Arabic data sources? Is it similar to the other language, or do we need to have the specialist in the language? It's a good question, actually. They usually do not back in the industry field. They do not back to the Arab specialist. We need to have we have actually a lot of people who are from different languages and working in having or building a database. Through this database, we can create the text into a language or into a pronounced language. It's also having understanding the letters or the OCR, also the structure or the grammatical and spelling analysis. So also the translation from one language to another is having a principles or basic principles. But in the deep language, we need to have someone specialist in the language. Let's give an example here. If we wanted to create a database for the language or for the Arabic dictionary. Arabic dictionary is a completely different than English language. We can have various or many division from one word in Arabic word and have a different uses of it. But in English we have the sim, and we have the suffix and the prefix and affix. So in that case, Arabic is completely different than English. So in Arabic it's a more complicated, and we need here to refer back to one of the Arabic language specialists.
لأنه من طريق الجذر نستطيع أن نستخلص المعنى وغالبا ما يكون المعنى واحد.
The basic word in order to create other divisions or the root of the word. Thank you, Doctor. We listen to the Arabic database that its repetition is either poor or insufficient, or so there's some of lack in the Arabic language. From your previous experience, what is the most important projects and that the scientist needs to work on it, and how can we build a sustainable resources or database for the Arabic language in particular? At the beginning, I have actually worked in Arabic language regarding the disabled children. They cannot read and they cannot see the words, so they use a plus or not a special keyboard to understand the language or understand the and to read, to be able to read. So we have designed a board and we have a prototype, and the children will only need to have or refer to the press or to the in order to communicate with his or her family and
بعد ذلك في عام 1995 عملنا قاعدة بيانات الصوتيات العربية
وهي Arabic database. It's the largest, considered as the largest project since the Khalil Ahmed Farahidi in the second year of
وفيها تفاصيل رقمية
it consists of digital numbers. There is pictures of the face, and there is a picture for the also the for each letter, Arabic letter, there is a way illustrate, or there's a picture illustrated the way of the pronunciation and from where the letter is pronounced. Is it from the nose or is it from the front tongue? So this is a very fruitful database. It's used in 1998.
في عام 2002
In
عملنا
2002 we have built a Saudi voices database, and we have collect most of the Saudi voices, and it's covered the two genders, males and females, with many different ages. In addition to that, in 2002 we have in the same year have a cooperation with King Abdulaziz Science City, and we have also cooperated with them and work on the on having the computer understanding the letters pronounced by Saudi accent, and unfortunately this is one of the issues that we may also discuss, that the researchers conducting a lot of research, but it's not received or being received to the or it's not being published to the audience, so it's only finished in the laboratory. So also the translation in English into Arabic, from English into Arabic, and from Arabic into Jewish, and vice versa. We focused on this. Also the name of the Arabic names, we have more than 70,000 Arabic names, and how to transfer and convey these names into English language. In addition to that, how to convey the English names and how to spell it into Arabic language. So there were a big number of databases. Are these databases are sufficient and with a high proficiency? Actually, we cannot say anything, but there is some shortcoming and there is some problems with it. We need this database needs to have some amendments. Also in King Saud University and other universities, maybe they need to gather this database and make it useful for the audience, especially for the scientists. And this is what actually we need. We need to have a website to welcome these beneficiaries and in order to help them. Thank you, Dr. Abdel Nasser, Dr. Abdel Mohsen. In addition to what Dr. Mansour has referred to in building the linguistic database, is the individuals who cares about the Arabic language, can they be useful in order to help building this Arabic database? Is the crowdsourcing is usable be some place? At the beginning, I would like to thank Sadaya and King Salman Center for the crowdsourcing. Is not benefit, is not good for everything.
الكراود سورسنج قد يصلح لأشياء بسيطة ومباشرة ممكن العامة.
The crowdsourcing may help in some cases for the audience to give their feedback, their opinions. I'm talking about now
تتيح البيانات اللي عندك لعامة الناس.
giving the database or make it accessible for anyone who wants to access
قد
this
تستطيع أن
database.
تضع بعض الضوابط.
We can also you can see some of these
ميزة التضافر الإثرائي أو الكراود سورسنج.
the distinguished of the crowdsourcing is that it's cheap and fast. It's true that in some cases it's like that, but there is no insurance to the quality of this work.
وبالأخص عندما نتحدث عن
especially when we are talking about the linguistic database, what I mean by that is that the database that we want to tag it by a linguistic data, like the roots and the weights of the words, and we cannot leave this for the audience because we need in that case to have the help of the specialists. So if we, for example, take the
اشتغلت عليه يا دكتور. هل تتوقعين
Do you think that the specialist will be in Arabic language will be able to tag based on this theory? I don't think so. Even though I'm a specialist, I find some challenge. Yes, that's so true. That's what we are talking here about the complexity of the Arabic language, and we need to have an excellent tag for the linguistic database. We need to have a specialist in the language and to be sure about their ability in Arabic language and their efficiency. There is some other tasks that the audience or any public can do it. For instance, giving us a feedback, but a specialist thing, no, we cannot provide it to the audience, but only for the specialist. This is my opinion. In some cases, we have many phases in order to make sure that we are working in the right way in Arabic language, and in some projects we have tried to convey the voice or the audio into text. It's not a complex issue or task, but it was listening to the audio and having writing it into text. So there was a lot of misspellings and a lot of issues in the language. Even in the Stanford University, one of the experiments, there was a feedback regarding that experiment. There was a crowdsourcing. They said if we have the control, we wouldn't go to, or the authority, we wouldn't go through the source, the crowdsourcing, because now we are having a lot of amendments, because if we are starting from the beginning in a good way, so the source crowding is not helpful in everything, especially the specialist things or issues. If we would like to use the crowdsourcing, especially that now we are in the age of development, so we need to have a lot of data, but we need here to have a database with the tags, with the excellent tags, and we need also, if we are able to deliver or identify the right meaning of the source crowdsourcing, we will be able to work and tag in an excellent way.
أن تتاح وتوضع لبناء هذه النماذج اللغوية، يعني مع حفظ حقوقهم فيها.
Now, I think if we want to build an excellent database, we have to choose a team carefully and follow up with the work. As it seems like you are referring that or saying in an embedded way that those who are not specialists in the language, they cannot contribute. Absolutely, yes, I agree. Unless they are trained or being trained and in that case, we can use those people and make or take the benefits of them. But now I would like to have the audio being able to be read in a paper or the letters of this can be used in order to building the linguistic database, but the tag database is supposed to be through the linguists. Doctor, in any industry, there is a priority or there is a initial phase, which is the designing, the designing phase is considered as the first phase before the implementation. And you have actually worked with the Arabic
عزيز العلوم والتقنية وعملتم أيضا على دليل توسيم البيانات اللغوية. السؤال هنا ما الحاجة
You have also a good experience and you have worked before in different places, and now the question is that we need, how do you see the role of the language centers? I think that I don't agree with having a framework because it's actually the way of building or developing the database, linguistic database is developed and improved, so we shouldn't follow the old ways.
نفس النص وبتشكيل اللي هو الXML. طبعا هذا الشيء انتهى الآن.
These things are now finished, and we do not need to follow the traditional ways. We have to. I'm looking forward, or from my opinion, I'm actually agree with having on building and gathering the database. And tag it in an excellent way. This is what I agree on, and there is
وكذلك بالنسبة لتوسيم البيانات.
Also regarding tagging the database, how to choose the taggers, what did we what did we have done, and I think this enabling the largest number of experience will be helpful, and this is the good way because each issue regarding the tax is completely differs than the other one. In every field, even in understanding or recognizing the nouns, it differs from a country to another, from application to another application. So if we can allow to these researchers and for the audience also to be a contributor, then I think that we will be able to come up with what we call the best practices. And this is what I think, from my opinion, that we have to do. There is a lot of experience that I have gone through, and I think it could be the best experience for me. So I think we can build on that, and it's not supposed to be the best for everyone. So
طيب دكتور يعني
Okay, doctor, don't you think that the standards for each linguistic phase, for instance, the structural phase are supposed to have its own standards? Yes, absolutely. Every phase is supposed to have its own standards. There is also a common standard, but each topic has their own standards. For instance, the accent is sometimes and also sometimes the writing, how to write this word, for instance.
وما حتى المحاولات اللي وضعت
Also, the attempts that have done is could be tends more to be Egyptian or Syrian more than Saudi. So we now, regarding the Saudi accent, we do not have any support. So there is no acceptance or scientific acceptance for the Saudi accent. We need to develop that and develop our accent and do more efforts regarding improving the Saudi accent. It seems like you are referring to that the language phenomena is having its own standard. For instance, the semantic phase it has one standard that can be used, which differs than other phenomena standards. Doctor, at the end of the industrial the industry field, do you work on evaluating the data, linguistic data? The question here is what is the relation between the quality of Arabic data and how can I evaluate the Arabic data outcomes and how can I improve it and know what is the good and what is the bad? And there is a well-known sayings regarding the AI. Garbage in, garbage out. If the income is bad, the outcomes will be also bad.
عليه كلام كثير يعني لأنه حتى البيانات اللغوية العربية قليلة لأن توسيم البيانات وإتاحتها ليس مدعوما هي في الأغلب مجهودات فردية.
Now, if also there is a lot of issue with the even if the with the tags there is a problems. Also, let's say that the structure or the grammatical is also different. We have two ways to ensure the quality of the database. We need to ensure that we have collected or selected the specialist or the excellent taggers and the reviewers. Also select the team carefully. But let's say that we have a database. I would like to make sure about its data and the quality of its data. Of the data, the first to see the results of the machine learning machine. If it's garbage, if the results is out, then if the incomes is out, then the results will be also bad. If there is also a lot of problems, it will be obvious from the beginning of the evaluation process. But if there's, I think that I'm in need to it, so the solution is to review this data and correct it and make it accessible for the audience or the users. Even though that we have two very important concepts in the AI, which is the concept drift or data drift. For instance, before the pandemic, we have a very important news.
الموضوعات اللي نتكلم فيها.
After Corona coming,
حتى مفهوم الصحة ومفهوم
the things
التباعد.
has changed. Also, the distance and the vaccines is changed completely. So
تغير عند المفاهيم والبيانات يجب أن نغير بيانات.
the concepts and the data changed. In that case, we need to retag our database. So the data, that means the database needs to be again updated. Absolutely, this is what I think. Because if we see this data, we use it in the research, and we use it also to say.
لكن عندما نخرج للواقع ونطبق في الشركات أو غيرها.
But if we go to the companies, I do not, and to apply, I do not say that I don't use this data. So the truth or the facts or what's needs and the realities it completely differs than what is in the scientific studies. What the Ministry of Justice in Saudi Arabia using and applying is completely differs than in Kuwait or any other GCC countries, for instance. So we need to update what we have, and since the words are improved and changed. And how would you like? How would you evaluate the Saudi or the Arabic database? It differs, as I said, but there is more attention and cares given to the Arabic language now recently. And I think I hope actually to have more efforts and great efforts to. But and I'm sure that they have big efforts, but they didn't allow the data for the audience and for the public. But I haven't worked on it, and I do not need to work on the tags in order to pay 10% for Pennsylvania University and find out that it's not suitable for me. So the data, I need to have to work on it and make it more beneficiary for the benefit for the beneficiaries. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. Dr. Mansour, you have referred to.
أشرفتم سابقا على مبادرة الملك عبد الله بن عبد العزيز وترأسون حاليا اللجنة العلمية لمشروع المدونة العربية المعاصرة ولكم أيضا إسهامات
كيف ترون مستقبل البيانات اللغوية العربية how would you see the future of the Arabic dictionaries and also
للعاملين في
do you have any suggestions for the employees working in that field? Thank you so much. Regarding the initiatives of King Abdullah, this initiative launched in 2007. As in the previous century, we find out that the Arabic language is very poor, and the Arab people consist of 5% of the whole world's people, but we find out that the Arabic language is very poor, and when people's action are looking forward to have the Arabic language and internet, and the Arabic summit that happened in Riyadh or held in Riyadh. We find that they come up with some decisions that we need to create a language or the Arabic complex or Arabic university.
كان عندنا مطلبين في هذه المبادرة.
We have two chapters or two points or concepts in order to enrich the Arabic language and internet. This is the first one, and we have translated more than 2,000 articles, and in 1 year we have increased 4%. We have increased the Arabic content 4% per year, and we were at we were at 27, and now we have a 16, the rank 16, and also we have worked on the null. Google is a competitor to Wikipedia, and they call it a wall, but it didn't last forever, so it's just forgotten now. Now we work to on the translation and enrich the Arabic language. We have translated the Selvis Amfi. It's a French magazine, and we have translated many articles, and we have translated also different the most important books in different fields. We have also targets by these books the professors of the universities, and we also cared about the children. We have also translated some books related to children. So, and we give some tags and some levels for these books, so the family or the parents can understand either these books as suitable for their children or not. Enriching the content is one of our goals that we have worked on, and we have reached some success regarding that. Also, we have cared about the tools that may enrich also Arabic language, and Dr. Khalid the one is that responsible about this project. Also, the translation of the nouns and the names, foreign names into Arabic. This is in order to have the movements of the work in order to serve the Arabic language and the content of Arabic language. We have also the source, the open sources.
واجهات الاستخدام لهذه البرمجيات فأنشئ فريق.
So we have created a team in order to translate the open sources, and we have translated them already. We have also many initiatives, also the fonts. We have created or worked on or designed many fonts. We have also have it as an open resource in order if it's
تستخدم جهات معينة. فهذا بالنسبة للمبادرة.
So this is regarding the
بالنسبة لمجمع
initiatives of King Abdullah for the Arabic content.
قرر مجلس الوزراء بأن ينشأ مجمع
2005
العالمي لخدمة اللغة العربية.
King Salman is complex and worked very hard in order, especially the secretary of the complex. They worked very hard to serve the Arabic language, as you mentioned, creating a complex or dictionary for the also blog and and also dictionary for the Arabic language or lexicon for the Arabic language, and looking forward to have the results of these efforts. Regarding the database, any system or
متعلق باللغة
or any system related to the language, it has to have two things: the excellent database, as we said, built from the specialist. Also, the tools to deal with these complex or blanks. Let's talk about the project that we have. It was for 3 years, and we have received any context. We have received context collected carefully, and there is and we have worked on.
قاعدة بيانات.
We have built a database consists of context or text that selected carefully, and Addition to that, we have used the open source resources that developed by Cambridge University and Dr. Muhammad Khurshid, he may rest in peace.
باستخدام هذه بقاعدة البيانات ذي.
They worked on this database at the hugest and or the significant ratio where 35%.
أيضا نظرة مختلفة للتعامل مع النص العربي. يعني لا نحاول أن نأتي
we need to be focused. We shouldn't use any other tools that used by other languages, because Arabic language is completely different than any other language, and we worked in a different way. Actually, we find a way to come up with the increasement. So
شوي بيقول لي ترى أنتم متأخرين عنا شوي. احنا عملنا قبل سنتين ما وصلنا فيه إلى حوالي أظن 96 أو 97%. فلاحظوا كيف التطور جالس.
So if you see the development, it's a huge development. So what we mean here is that we're not supposed to be closed or on ourselves, or we need to open ourselves open to the others, but we need to be careful with the tools. So what applied for the other language is supposed to be completely different than what should be used for the Arabic language. We have tried the HTK, and after period, we find that there is these things that have been developed by current university and makes it as an open resource, and we find that they are similar to each other, and recognizing the text or the Arabic words.
صغير جدا أقل من واحد.
The problem is that it's
أقل من 1 ميجا بايت صغير يعني في الحجم وثانيا سريع يعني.
It's very simple or very fast and not heavy program. This is some of the distinguished of this program, and by that we have created our database, and we find actually some problems. We didn't continue our works, but maybe in the future we may improve it and develop it in order to serve the Arabic language. Sorry, I have answered your question for too long. Actually, thank you so much. Your answer was very fruitful. Now I will open the floor for the audience if they have any questions or feedback. Dr. Afrah, I would like to give a feedback here. As we are in a need to have a good and excellent with a high quality database, and it's not supposed to be a heavy or a big size. So another thing is that we need to have a database from a variety database, but we have some challenges and difficulties, which is the intellectual property. This is a very important issue that we need to address. The author property previously it was actually helping us to use the available data in a way that it doesn't conflict with the author property. But now it seems like the doors are very closed, but now we need to open the floors for everyone to help us and to understand and to study how to deal with the author and intellectual property, especially in Saudi Arabia, because we are facing some challenges regarding that. We need to find also we need to work on the tag and build our database in a way that doesn't break the law.
ضمن القرار أو ضمن القانون يجعل الحصول على البيانات وتمسيمها ومشاركتها متاحة. شكرا.
شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Abdel Mahsen. We have here some comments. Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for our colleagues in Sadaya and our colleagues and my colleagues in the complex. King Salman. I'm from King Salman complex for Arabic language.
الشريفين حفظه الله ويتجه لهذا المجال العالمي في خدمة اللغة العربية والمعهود.
We are here actually working very hard in improving the Arabic language, and for that we are here in front of challenge. We would like to come.
والبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي وما يتصل بها.
We need to compile the Arabic language or integrate the Arabic language with the AI, and there is some important steps that we need to take it.
واكتسابها وما إلى ذلك معتمدين على الذكاء الاصطناعي. لدينا 4 مسارات للعمل في المجمع، من أبرزها الحوسبة اللغوية الذي يرأسه الدكتور عبد الله الفيفي والزملاء الذين يحضر بعضهم في هذا اللقاء مقبلون على عمل جاد.
We are about to come in front. We are about to commence a very important work and project. So we have also launched some programs Arabic language, and we are about to also launch them in order to think or let the others or pay attention to these initiatives or to this also topic and field. We are ready for any participation or partnerships. At the end, I would like to highlight that this vision we need to build on it individually or as a complex or as a foundations in order to serve the Arabic language and content and to build the Arabic and database. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Afrah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Peace and bliss. At the beginning, I would like to thank Sadaya and the King Salman complex for allowing us, for giving us this opportunity. I remember that one of I think AI's scholars, Jordan, he asked one day to be given $1 if you will be given $1 He said, if I have $1, I will create or build a NASA to deal with the language. But actually, deal with the Arabic language is not the concern of the Arab people or the Arabic language itself, but it will help. But it has a role in the AI. So the issue is not about the Arabic language, but it's about how to serve the AI and regarding the Arabic language. But it's not a very huge effort. It's something that we can do, and we may gather together and work very hard to find a way or to find a strategic way to improve the way to use the Arabic language and enhancing the AI. I think this is a good opportunity for the scientists. And I go back again to Dr. Mansour's point of view that it's that we need to have people from the computer science and people from the Arabic language, and we need to have this efforts between different people from different sectors and fields in order to come up with the AI and the Arabic language.
وأيضا الاعتماد على صناعة البيانات الدقيقة ذات الجودة العالية والانطلاق من اللغة العربية وليس من مشاريع قامت على أيضا لغات أخرى وهي إحدى المشاكل.
So we need also, as the doctor mentioned, to come up with the Arabic language tools, because as you said, there is some tools used by other languages not as suitable for the Arabic. So we need to find results regarding the implementation also, and
وصلت إليه الدراسات السابقة وإنما أيضا نعود.
And we need also to not only go back to the previous studies, but also to find our the recent studies and focusing on it and the future. Sorry for being too long. Thank you again for the King Salman Complex and for the organizers. Thank you so much for the lectures.
السلام عليكم.
Peace and bless Niger Gharaib of engineering, computer engineering. Before I I would like to thank my colleague here. He gave a feedback. We usually ask a question: if the AI is serving the language, the Arabic language, so the Arabic language is supposed to also help the AI. So this is what I'm looking forward. The Abdul Mahsen, the one who is one of the participants, because we are not reaching a unified standards, maybe this is the issue. So maybe we need to have different levels, the syntax, the lexical, and maybe I'm not actually specialized in Arabic language. I'm specialized in the computer science, but sometimes we have, if we go back, you are a specialist. You're three specialists from the different fields. For instance, Abdul Qahir al-Jurjani. Can we go to his theory? If we go to his theory, maybe it will help us to solve the issue. This is a point. The other, since we are talking here about the standards, isn't there any way to build the database in Saudi Arabia? And I would like also to thank you for the organization. And King Salman is actually was a good thing that they're giving us the soul of the Arab world again, and all the people who are speaking Arabic. So thank you so much, and thank you for being too long. Thank you.
نكتفي بهذا القدر.
I think this is enough a number of the feedback. So thank you so much for the panel for the session, the panel sessions members, for the lecturers. Thank you for Dr. Abdul Mahsen At-Beiti. Thank you also for your fruitful participation and feedback. It was really good. Thank you for our audience. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you for Sidaya, and hopefully to meet you in other forums and summits. Thank you so much.